You know, I like that song so much, I'm gonna play it again. That's how good it is. All right, let's get started. Hello. We are kind of back with 100 Line. I'm gonna play that game in a second, but there are a few other things I want to get done before we jump right back into it. And the first thing is, obviously, we're gonna do a tier list, a very tentative tier list, because I know these routes are gonna change my opinions on some of these characters, and I low-key got spoiled on 2, I think, down here. I haven't seen these 2 yet. But I have no idea who they are or what their deal is, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Last time we finished the game, the first route, so it turns out that was called Farewell Last Defense Academy. That seemed to be the first ending that they wrote. It was the Kodaka route that was probably made with in conjunction with Uchikoshi, but I don't know how much of a hand he had in it. And I sat with that ending and I thought about it. I honestly really enjoyed the way that ending went. Even though everyone did die, it wasn't the perfect happy ending they were looking for. This game keeps reinforcing and saying that there is not going to be a perfect ending where everything is going to be all right, all problems will be resolved, all characters will be alive. You know, sing Kumbaya around the fire and shit. Like, that's just not going to happen. And what actually did end up happening with that ending, I feel like it was pretty poetic. Having everything come around full circle again. Takumi trying everything in his power. Spoilers, I guess. At this point, you know what? At this point, who cares? Doing everything in his power to make sure that Nozomi would live, because he had the idea that, you know, she was Karawa or had some kind of connection to her. Fighting that hard to the point where they found out the truth about this unfortunate war and who they really are. And although it kind of seemed like there was no point to doing anything, they found like a reason to keep living, even if their past was a lie. And I think that was pretty. I thought that was very, very well done and a good message. And then seeing Nozomi take on all of her friends' wishes and shit. I don't know. I really like that ending. But we got to find out more. There's still some unanswered questions. There's still a lot of characters that haven't seen their full potential yet. But I just want to make a tier list just to kind of get my own thoughts in order, and also because it's like fun, right? And this is obviously subject to change. We might come back and visit this later, like after I do a few routes. I decided for now, at the end of this week, I'm gonna be traveling to like Pennsylvania because my sister's graduating, so I won't be able to stream towards the end of the week. So I'm just gonna play as much as I can for the beginning of this week, and then going forward, I guess I'll do a weekly thing, and I'll play everything else off screen, and I'll just like check in every week and play a little bit. I don't know. I think that might be a good way to do it, because the next game I want to stream is going to come out in June, I think, the Raito game, and then after that, Konami Date. So we got time. We got like more than a month. And I need something to play, right? So let's just do this first, and then we're going to do something else before we actually start the game. So I can already tell you which two characters are the S tier characters. Hiroko and Eito. I really like them. And honestly, even Sirei was really good. Even though he was kind of on our side, but not really. He's a weird character, but as a mascot character, I thought he was really funny. He could be very serious when he needed to be. I don't know. I really enjoyed his mannerisms. His voice actor really helped. The sub isn't great, but I said this before. The voice actor for Sirei, like, kind of hard carries the dub. he's really good, I think. Between Hiroko and Eito, I've already kind of voiced my opinion on these two, like, repeatedly. It's gotta be Eito, right? This is gonna be in order, so favorites at the top and least favorites at the bottom. From what I read with the other routes in this game, there are like at least 2 other routes that are focused on Eito. So I can't say I know everything about him yet, but I did think it was pretty interesting the way he treats people. He was so funny. Like, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but he was like low-key very hilarious for me. I really loved his shift from being the happy-go-lucky, like, friendly guy to the hates humanity dude, but it seems like that memory was implanted into him by that faction of humanity that didn't want the war to happen. So I'm gonna be interested to see how he comes to grips with that in the future, if we're gonna expound more upon that. Like, where does this hatred really stem from? Is it because of this implanted memory, or this apparent cognitive disorder he has that makes him see things for like as monsters or whatever. Like, where does that begin and where does that end? I want to learn more about his like psychology. He's an interesting guy. Plus, he's good in combat. I can't lie, that's kind of the deciding factor too. But yeah, I loved Eito a lot. I liked Hiriko a lot. I've said this before. These two fall into the category of characters I usually end up loving. Being, you know, pragmatic, cold-hearted with a soft spot, at least for Hiriko, and then Eito's like has an intense vendetta against the protagonist. I like characters like that. Well, I guess he has an intense vendetta against humanity itself. But Hiriko was really good in that second scenario. I thought she'd be like butting heads against Takumi more, but it felt like she was really trying to help everyone be on the same page throughout that. Super level-headed, always saying things that needed to be said. She kind of kept the group in check. I really enjoyed that because in the first scenario, it felt like we didn't know what we were doing. We had no sense of direction. So many things happened that could have been prevented if Hiriko was like, hey, this is kind of weird. Maybe we should like stop this before it happens. She was a good character, and I want to see more. We're going to learn more about her in a second because we're going to read her little story thing. I don't know how long it is. Hopefully it's not too long. But those, I think, were my 3 favorite characters out of all these guys. Yeah. I'd say these 3 are the standouts for me. So the A tier characters are just like solid. Definitely, I'll put them here. Tsubasa, Takemaru. I liked Kako a lot. I liked Nigo. And I did like Shion too. It's tough to... I can't put him in S tier yet because I don't really... He's just kind of there. Like his backstory is upsetting, and it's sweet that he wants to live this kind of normal life, but I feel like I need a little bit more of him. I need to see more sides of him before I put him in S tier. He's going to be an A for now. On the lowest end, I'll put Takemaru. I like Nigo a lot. I actually liked Kako quite a bit. She grew on me. I didn't expect it. I'd say maybe like this. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. I liked Kako a lot because being funny, I think that carries a lot of weight for me. Although we're going to see this in a second. I guess not really, because these two are not going to get placed too high. I liked her like curiosity about the world and how kind of innocent she was, but also how much she wanted to have her own independence from Ima. Seeing her try to break away from him in the second scenario, and then also seeing her go crazy in the first one when she actually loses her brother. And also that moment when I remember this because it was actually pretty funny. When these two, I don't remember which, I think it was the second route, when they were doing like detective work, and Kako's like, all right, so I'm gonna announce what I found out, and then Ima just starts talking for her and she gets upset. I thought that was really funny. That was really, it's like real sibling energy and speaking as an actual sibling. I like that. I like when they like step on each other's toes. I thought that was funny. Not a good combat unit at all. She's probably one of my least favorites to use in a fight. She's just kind of there. She's just there all the time. Her, Shoma, and Kurata, they are like, they just stand there. She can kill one thing, but that's it. But I like Kako. She's funny. I want to see more of her going forward, though. That she could be an S tier character if I get more of her. Right now, I think she's pretty solid. Same with Nigo. I like Nigo a lot, only because like they were just on our side for the majority of the game. They're genuinely really nice, and it's pretty funny when people like bully him, and they get that reaction of he goes like, "Wah!" I can't make the noise, but you know what I'm talking about. He goes, "Wah!" That shit always makes me laugh. He was really nice to Ava I thought that was adorable that they had a little relationship. I don't know, he's just like a good guy. I like him. Same with Tsubasa. Just solid, not very hateable, super likable. Not gonna lie, it's because of her combat utility. But she has potential to be better. These are all like characters that could easily be S tier if I get just a little bit more out of them or see more sides of them. Same with Takimaru. He's just a solid guy. You know, he's never bad to have around. That's why I like these characters. They kind of ground the rest of the cast because everybody else is a freak. I might put Shoma. Nah, we'll go to okay here. So surprisingly, I can't put him up here. I feel like I should. It feels wrong to put the protagonist here, but he's B tier to me. He's okay. Same with Shoma. Same with Nozomi. Gaku's okay. That's it. Yeah. So who would be in front? I really don't hate Shoma. I actually like him quite a bit. Least favorite out of these guys? I guess it'd have to be Gaku, right? I think it's like this, yeah. While I was impressed with Takumi on the second run, my initial impression of him is terrible because he's stupid. And I really hated all the things he did in the first scenario, which is nothing. That's the problem. He did nothing. I mean, he was the leader, yes, but so many things could have been prevented if he was more proactive and wasn't just like waiting for something to happen instead of trying to prevent it. I don't know. The whole Moko shit again. Everything with Nozomi and Karuha. Everything. Just, I don't know. I've said this as I was streaming it. So many times I feel like he just was being stupid. Mistaking Shion for an invader the entire time. But the second route saved him a little bit for me. Having him step up into an actual leadership role after learning the truth, or I guess experiencing the first 100 days. He was pretty responsible with taking all of the decisions, you know, making all the tough decisions and still sticking to them, even if he felt it was wrong. I can respect that. His relationship with Karuha / Nozomi was pretty sweet at the end there. And he's also like the best unit in the game. But I don't know. He could go up. I don't hate him. He could go up. I don't know what I would want to see from him to make him better. He's just kind of a guy. He's just a dude. That's the leader. I liked Shoma more than Nozomi, surprisingly. Shoma has more sides to him, which is why he grew on me. I thought he'd really just be a self-deprecating dude the entire game, and he has a lot of self-deprecation. But when he wants to, he can be surprisingly stubborn. He is extremely kind. He really is, especially with Ava. He's pretty considerate, but what's holding him back, of course, is being the way he is. So maybe if we see him be more assertive in a different route, he could go up. Right now, I think he's just okay. Like a week or two ago, I would have put him like probably down here or here, but now he's not bad. Nozomi, just kind of boring, if I'm being real with you. She's just girl. She's just girl. Again, in the first route did her no favors, man. She did the same thing that Takumi did, which was stand around, say ellipses, and then do nothing to prevent a problem that could have been preventable because story reasons, I guess. But in the second route, and even in the first one when she fought against Veshness, she has like a quiet determination, which I like. Like when she needs to step up, she really does step up, and she believes in what she wants to believe in firmly. Caring so much about these basically test tube babies that everybody else is, I think was pretty cool, pretty nice. Shows that she's extremely caring, but I don't know, just not super unique. But she's also needed. I understand cast, they need to have like these kind of grounded characters, and she's the grounded, one of the grounded ones. Probably the most grounded, honestly. I don't know, I want to see other sides of her. I like characters that have multiple sides to them. She's just kind of meh. She's just okay. Gaku, kind of annoying, not gonna lie to you, but that's the point of his character. He's supposed to be like this insufferable guy that thinks he's owed the world or whatever. Honestly, maybe I'll put him down here. I don't really know how I feel. He's alright. He's okay. He can be funny sometimes. Maybe I'll put him here. Yeah, I might put him here. He's alright. I really don't know how to feel. This is where I'm gonna put all the characters I don't know. Ima, don't know. Darmi, don't know. Don't know about you. Don't know about you either. Kyoshika's funny. You know what? No, I'll put her up here. I was debating it. I'll put her up here actually. The problem with Kyoshika is she's only jokes. But I'm remembering that scene with the Tsuchinoko from the second scenario. So that bumps her up a little bit for me. Because she's like super sentimental and cares about her friends a lot. Thinks about people a lot, clearly. Even though Kurata gave her like an impossible task, she found a way to do it. I thought that was really sweet. She's okay. The problem is she's only jokes, man. She never contributes anything to any conversation ever in the story. She's always just saying like weird sword euphemisms and I don't know. Just a joke character, but it could be better. I doubt she'd be here. I think she's gonna stay in the B tier. So all these guys, Ima to start, want to like him so bad. I've heard a lot of people had their opinions on him changed after finishing the game, but I don't see it yet. Not completely. I can kind of understand it, but I just don't see it yet. If the whole thing with the twins, right? When they come to terms and say to each other that they should call each other by their names and treat each other as equals instead of trying to be overprotective all the time, that's when he's good. And he's like snarky and very like quick-witted, kind of Kokichi-esque, but a lot of the time I see him as just like he loves his sister so much. And the ending ruined it at the second round when he was like, oh, we could come back as lovers. I'm like, bro, come on, dude. I know he loves his sister. I understand why he loves his sister so much, but it's to a weird degree. I don't know, man. It's weird. I know, anime, but even if it is anime, even if it is a trope or an archetype, doesn't mean it's good. But there have been moments where I really did like him. Maybe I'll put him in B tier. When he's salivating over his sister and like smelling her bathwater or eating her like leftover food and shit, you know what I'm talking about? Like, no, then he's gonna be down here. But like, when they're actually trying to be real siblings and not him just taking over her life, then I could see him being like here. I'll put him there actually. Yeah, that's what I'll do. This is Ima when he's not being weird. When Ima's weird, he's like down here. Doremi, need I say more? Hold on, let me organize this. Gaku's at the top for sure. I guess you Gamu and then Kurata at the bottom, maybe? My problem with Yugamu is he is clearly intelligent and is not gullible, right? But I don't see that with his character for some reason. A lot of the time in the story, he doesn't really do much, even though I feel like he has important things to contribute. Like he does he's making poisons and like dissecting invaders or whatever. Like that comes up every now and again. But I feel like he doesn't really say anything too pertinent whenever we're having conversations. And another thing is definitely the assassin being into like killing, and I don't know, it's weird. It's not that funny to me. He's just kind of a creep. He's just kind of creepy, but I think that's the point. I wanted to like him. When I saw his design, I was like, well, this guy looks sick. But MeepMinder is sending me what is this? Okay. Yeah, we're doing a tier list right now. I don't care about him. I might put him down here. Nah. He's not that bad. There's only one character I really don't care about. Doremi, similar to Kyoshika, is only jokes. She never has anything too important to share. Always making references. She does get a laugh out of me sometimes, but most of the time it's just like killing game. But I hear that there's a route that really redeems her character for people, so we're gonna see where she goes after that. Kurata is annoying. I don't really like her. I wanted to like her. I don't like her that much. She's bad in combat. The whole thing with Kyoshika and like she basically just bullies her all the time. She's really mean to everybody. Like I get it's an act. I understand that. But I feel like so many problems stem from her just instigating all the time and just saying bullshit. Her not being there did not feel it wasn't terrible. I actually kind of enjoyed it. So that means I guess I didn't really care about her that much. Not to see where she goes. Karuha, do we even place her? Aren't they like together? I don't think you can even place her. Moko, don't care. Moko is literally the definition of I do not care. I have nothing else to say about her. I don't care about her. Ava though. Gotta put her here, right? I can't tell you how I feel about her. Because we don't know anything about her. We brainwashed her. Veshness, I said I hated her so much. She is a really good villain. I'll give her that. She's a good villain. But I hated her guts. But I guess that's a good thing. Put her there. She was entertaining. I'll give her that. It was frustrating because we couldn't do anything about it, but she was an entertaining villain. And there's supposed to be a route based all around her, so let's see what else we get out of her. As she is now, I think she's a pretty good antagonist. And then I don't remember any of these guys. This is Mervrim, I think. The first guy we fought. These aren't even. There has to be a route centered around these guys, right? So I couldn't tell you right now. Don't know who you are. Don't know who you are. And I can't really rank you because you're not a real person. But as of now, that is my tier list of these characters. Of course, subject to change. I'm going to make sure I take a screenshot of this so that way I can cross-reference later. All right. That's that. More importantly, we have a short story to read. Hold on. Let me get that up. Alright, here we go. Oh. Whoa. Hold on. Wait. This one. There we go. There's back. What? There's music and sound effects. What's going on here? Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna put on my Hiriko cosplay and we're gonna read. Or I guess listen. Is this more of a like an audio thing? Is this, are there gonna be voices? Credits and afterword too. I have no idea what this is, so I'm interested to see. Former Lives of the Special Defense Unit, File 3, Hiriko Shizuhara's first battle. Are you ready? Bruh. Okay. Alright. Hiriko Shizuhara. A girl from the Tokyo residential complex, resident of Oda City. Calm, elegant, the cool beauty type. She acts the part of a model student, but secretly craves excitement. Every night, she visits the complex's pleasure quarter to taste all that life has to offer. Inside the complex, every day was peaceful and safe. Nothing ever happened to upset the status quo. Beneath this vast artificial ceiling, people lived lives completely cut off from the natural world and its dangers. Oh my god. Whoa, okay, yep. Get your hot cocoa ready. What is this? It never rained in the Tokyo residential complex, nor did it snow. Nor was it ever threatened by strong winds or thunderstorms. Little wonder, for in the complex, there was no sky. The whole city was encased in a giant dome. Beneath this vast artificial ceiling, people lived lives completely cut off from the natural world and its dangers. Inside the complex, every day was peaceful and safe. Nothing ever happened to upset the status quo. Natural disasters, wars, and political strife were all but unknown. Crime rates were low and quality of life was high. If happiness could be defined as a lack of suffering, then the TRC was nothing short of a paradise. The people on the streets all wore smiles. Adults headed off to work with contented looks on their faces, while children went to school laughing and chatting with their friends. You never saw anyone walking dejectedly with slumped shoulders. Life is perfect. 99.99% of the population were perfectly satisfied with their mundane, average lives here. But not everybody has the same values. There are some out there who happiness and contentment just seem to have passed by. Though extremely few in number, they did exist. This is the story of one such outlier. Hiriko Shizuhara, resident of Oda City, 5'11", long sleek hair, cold, appraising eyes looking out from behind rimless glasses, straight A student, perfect attendance. She attended Oda Girls High, a good school, all things considered. Her teachers considered her a model student. Her peers called her the cool beauty type. Yes, from an outsider's perspective, that's the kind of person Hiriko Shizuhara was. On the inside, though, I'm gonna get you immersed right now. You ready for this? On the inside, though, the city might as well be a sty for domesticated pigs. The truth was, Hiriko found life in the complex unbearably dull. She found it irritating, the way everyone went about their lives with such oblivious contentment. She wasn't like that. A safe, normal life didn't appeal to her in the slightest. What Hiriko wanted was excitement. She still put on an act of being a model citizen, of course. Like the old saying went, a wise hawk hides its talons. During the day, Hiriko buried her contempt for her peaceful existence and acted like she loved the city. During the day. At night, she let her true nature run wild. 12 a.m. Hiriko crept out of her house and set out into the night. She hopped on her mountain bike and cycled out of Oda, towards Shinjuku. After a while, she saw the glow of neon signs up ahead. She'd reached Kabukicho, the Tokyo Residential Complex's pleasure quarter. True to its name, the complex was mostly made up of residential housing, rows and rows of drab, uniform buildings. But each ward also had shopping districts where citizens could buy all that they needed for everyday life. In the daytime, these were pleasant places to go shopping or enjoy a quiet moment to oneself. At night, they were practically unrecognizable. Drunken businessmen lounged on the roadside, hosts in slick black suits called out to potential customers, and escorts made their way to their clubs arm in arm with their patrons. The peaceful atmosphere of the day was replaced with a raucous, uncouth racket. This was no place for a high school girl to be wandering around after dark. Or so one might think. Ah, it's Hiriko! Lady H! Everybody, Hiri's here! The people of the night not only recognized her, but were thrilled to see her. They all began crowding around her and calling out to her. We're gonna hang out tonight, Hiriko. Come do your host routine at our club again. Our sales have never been the same since that first time. Come join our cipher under the bridge. Hit me with your crop again, Mistress Hiriko. It had been a year now since Hiriko had started wandering the nighttime streets in search of greater stimulation. Eventually, she'd ended up in Kabukicho and tasted a different side of life, experiencing all kinds of emotions and doing all kinds of things. Oh my god, I see BDSM, holy shit. One night, she'd put on a suit and joined a host club, setting a new record for the most money earned in a single evening. Another night, she'd gone to a BDSM club and delighted the subs there with her merciless whipping technique. Oh my god. She'd participated in and won an underground rap battle tournament? What? She tagged the wall of an abandoned building, creating a masterpiece in spray paint. She put on a roadside concert and worked the Kabukicho revelers into an absolute frenzy. Well, to suffice it to say, she had no shortage of colorful anecdotes of her time here. The talons she hid during the day had come out in all their glory, and she'd practically become the ruler of the nighttime realm. Her admirers were all so desperate to be around her, and yet, you're in the way. Move. Hiriko dismissed them all with a wave of her hand, shaking off some who had already started to cling to her. Nighttime Hiriko was proud, haughty, solitary. She wasn't here to live up to anybody's expectations. At night, she only lived for herself, okay? Now then, what kind of stimulation should I seek? Oh, that's what she said. Now then, what kind of stimulation should I seek out tonight? She glanced from storefront to storefront, club to club, host, escort, dominatrix, rapper, graffiti artist, bodyguard, street vendor. There was so much she could do, so much she could be. There really was no shortage of exciting pastimes here, or at least that was how she used to feel about it. At some point, Hiriko had wandered off the main street. The tumult of the town faded into the distance, and silence reigned. Phew! Tired of walking, she sat on the guardrail by the side of the road and sighed. She looked up, but of course there were no stars lighting up the night, just the giant ceiling with its lights turned off. I don't know what's wrong with me entirely. Nothing I do seems to excite me anymore. Hiriko had reached into her jacket, taken out a plush phone charm, and began talking to it. I used to find this part of town so stimulating, but now it all just feels tedious. I wonder why. The plushie she was speaking to was of a mascot character called Entrali. It got its name from its somewhat grotesque design, being a cute animal with its guts hanging out. It was considered to be in such poor taste that it had caused a public outcry and had to be recalled just 3 days after it first went on sale. Hiriko had happened to see the plushies in store on the day it released and instantly fell in love with the adorable character. Now, she took one with her everywhere she went, keeping it in her bra so they'd never have to be apart. I suppose I've just gotten bored of the nights. She put a hand on her chest. Dum, dum, dum. I can't with this. Her heart was beating a steady, even rhythm. When was the last time she'd felt her pulse race? What do I really want to do? The reason Hiriko always got so bored of everything was probably because she had yet to find her true passion. But how was she supposed to know what would make her happy? What could she do in a boring world like this? Hey, and Charlie, I've been having these weird thoughts lately. I wish a meteor would hit the complex and blow open a hole in the ceiling. I wish there could be a terrorist. Oh my god, there could be a terrorist attack and all these buildings would fall down like dominoes. Just childish fantasies like that. I must be dealing with a lot of pent-up frustration. It's my fantasy to experience terrorism. Tear it all down, she thought. Still looking up at where the sky would be. Destroy it. My everyday life, this tedious world, all of it. In that moment, that was what she truly wanted. She knew it would never happen, though. Wishing on a star was one thing, but she couldn't even do that. There was no sky, no stars, shooting or otherwise, nothing to pin her hopes on. The night wore on in lonely silence. Eventually, she decided it was about time to call it a night and head home. She didn't want to get back too late and risk her parents discovering she'd been out on her own. Hiriko's parents were rather average people. If they found out their teenage daughter had been wandering the streets at night, they'd probably both have heart attacks on the spot. She tucked and trolley back into its usual place, and was just setting off when... Voix, 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 voix. Those are sirens, apparently. The quiet of the night was shattered by a series of loud sirens. This is an administrative announcement. The complex's danger level has been raised to yellow alert. All citizens report to your nearest shelter until further notice. Speakers mounted on the streetlights played the familiar recorded message. Doors began opening as people came outside, most of them still in their night attire. Another alert? Feels like there's been more of them lately. Where's the nearest shelter again? Be careful on your way down, everyone. Half sleepwalking, the citizens did as they were told, lifting up manhole covers and climbing down ladders to underground shelters. Mommy, I'm sleepy. Don't yawn while you're on the ladder, you're going to fall off. Everybody remained calm throughout, adults and children alike. These security alerts were just another part of their daily lives after all. And alerts? Now? This is going to be awkward. With a weary sigh, Hiriko turned away from the road home and joined the line for the shelter. It moved smoothly and quickly, and before long, she was at the front. She gripped the cold metal of the ladder and prepared to climb down. She wasn't looking forward to this at all. These shelter orders could last anywhere from 10 minutes to several hours. During that time, she'd be stuck down there with a bunch of people she didn't know, but it wasn't as if she had much choice in the matter. When you heard the alarm, you had to go to a shelter. For everyone living in the TRC, that was just common sense. Wasn't it? Wait, what are we taking shelter from anyway? Opening the manhole covers and climbing down the ladders had been part of her life for as long as she could remember. But for some reason, in that moment, something about it felt unnatural. Now that she thought about it, wasn't it strange for somewhere as peaceful as this to have so many security alerts? Weren't they by definition an indication that danger was close by? Danger? Here? In the complex? Excuse me, but what is that alarm for? Hiriko paused on the ladder and looked up at the next person in line, a middle-aged woman. What is it for? It's just an alarm. It's so we know how to take shelter. The lady replied, tilting her head in confusion. I know, but what are we taking shelter from? Does it mean there's some kind of threat to the complex? Doesn't that seem a little strange to you? Threat? It's only an alarm. Oh, there we go. We just have to take shelter like normal. You're not listening. I'm asking why we have to take shelter in the first place. But no matter how Hiriko tried to rephrase her question, she kept getting the same answer, and the conversation went around in circles. It was like what she was suggesting, the very idea of there being a reason for the alerts, was a completely alien concept. Why are you being so difficult? Just be a good girl and get in the shelter. The lady snapped, finally starting to run out of patience. The other people in line weren't much better. Quit saying all this weird stuff. You're holding up the line. Did you hit your head or something? You hear the alarm. You go to a shelter. Even little kids know that. Clearly, so far as they were concerned, Hiriko was the strange one here. None of them questioned why the alarm had sounded, or why they had to take shelter. It was an alien concept to them as well. Until a moment ago, Hiriko had been just like them. The moment the alarm sounded, her focus had automatically shifted to taking shelter, and she'd walked over to the nearest manhole cover without really thinking about it. But now she was thinking about it, and she didn't like it. Now that the lid was off, all kinds of doubts and questions were bubbling to the surface. An idea popped into her head. More of a conspiracy theory, really, but it made a weird kind of sense. Was everyone in the TRC having their thoughts suppressed somehow? Could the complex's administration have conditioned them to all accept the shelter orders without question? But if that's the case, why am I noticing that something's wrong all of a sudden? A moment's thought, and she had her answer. Tonight was the night her boredom with the city and life in general had reached its peak. The feeling of being cooped up here must have shaken something loose somewhere in her mind. But damn, her heart was beating faster now. It sounded crazy. But what if it was true? What then? Why did the administration want them to take shelter so badly? Was there something going on that they didn't want people to know about? Was that why they'd ingrained the idea of take shelter when you hear the alarm into everyone's minds to keep them out of the way? Of course, that begged the question. What was the Tokyo residential complex hiding? It was obvious, wasn't it? There must be some danger out there after all. Something that went against the TRC's carefully constructed image as a peaceful place. War? Organized crime? Protest? Executions without due trial? Whatever it was, Hideko wished she could see it for herself. But dumb. She became aware of her heartbeat again. Her pulse was racing, as if spurring her on. She knew what her heart was trying to tell her. Then go. See what it is these alarms are being used to cover up. You might just find the ultimate source of stimulation. Before she knew it, she was on her feet and running. Hey, where are you going? There's no shelter that way. Strangers called out to her as she ran past, but there was no stopping her now. But dumb, 3 times. Go on. Her heart seemed to say, find it. Make it your own. Huff, huff. Hideko ran full speed down the abandoned streets in search of the solution to this mystery, and she's huffing again. She turned a corner, ran straight on, turned again, and arrived at a crossroads. 2 more huffs. She didn't know where she was going. She was just letting her instincts guide her. Huff, huff, yet again. But she knew she could do it. She wouldn't let this chance get away. She'd find what she was looking for. From the Shinjuku crossroads, she emerged onto a 4-way intersection, and then... What? That was where she discovered the city's secret. What is that thing? Some kind of mascot costume? At first glance, it resembled a giant teddy bear well over 6 feet tall, but it didn't have any fur, and its skin was blue with a plasticky, toy-like sheen. It had just one big eye in the middle of its oversized head. Well, one big eye cavity with 5 smaller eyes looking out of it. The bear thing began to move. It lumbered along on 2 legs, coming right down the street. It had to be a costume. Surely there must be someone inside. Then it turned to look at Hideko. The moment their eyes met, she knew this was no costume. It was alive. It was an actual, genuine monster. Without warning, the creature sprang toward her. Hideko spun around and fled back the way she had come. Go! With a strange high-pitched roar, the monster gave chase. It didn't move very fast, but it had a wide enough stride that it could cover a lot of ground. It was only a matter of time before it caught up to her. She scrambled onto a high stone wall and down the other side into a part of the complex she didn't know. There was no way that big, clumsy thing could climb up after her. She'd be safe now, or so she thought. Krakoom! What? There was an almighty crash as the wall was blown apart. Concrete flying through the air like it was nothing more than styrofoam. The monster had smashed through practically without missing a step. What in the world is that thing? Normal strategy wasn't going to work here, but this was no time to stop and think. She just had to run. We're huffing yet again. She ran into narrow alleys between buildings, throwing plastic buckets and anything else she could find at her attacker. Huff, huff. She vaulted onto an air conditioning unit, kicked it off the wall, and dived into an open window. Huff, huff. She ran out the door in the opposite direction and once again favoring a narrow alley. Huff, huff. A parked car blocked her path, but she lunged forward and performed a handspring to clear it in one swift movement. Huff, huff. She ran up the stairs of a pedestrian bridge, 2 at a time, then jumped off the handrail and into a tree. Huff, huff. She used every kind of park war maneuver she could think of, but through it all, the monster kept up its dogged pursuit. Hideko stumbled and fell on a pedestrian walkway. She knew she had to get up and keep running. But her body was reaching its limit. She was breathing so heavily her vision was starting to blur. She didn't even know where she was anymore. The monster was coming closer and closer. In a matter of seconds, it was already upon her. So this is it. This is how I die. Now that she knew the end was coming, everything seemed to move in slow motion. She saw the monster standing over her in vivid detail as it raised an arm, ready to strike. The club-like arm, the 3 sharp claws swinging down towards her head, it would all be over soon. Open fire! A gruff, open fire! A gruff voice rang out, seemingly from nowhere. Doom, doom, doom. Suddenly there was a noise like gunfire, and some kind of liquid blood started spewing out of the monster's body. It stumbled back, howling in pain. Doom, doom. Pa, 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 pa. Another round of shots followed, not allowing the thing a moment's rest. Blood splattered over Hideko's glasses, dyeing her vision red. Somebody's shooting it? Whatever was going on here, this could be her chance to escape. Still unable to get to her feet, she began to desperately scramble away. Good call, miss. You're not going to want to be here or be there when this thing goes off. She heard the gruff voice again and saw a ball land at the monster's feet. No, not a ball, a hand grenade. Hideko instinctively closed her eyes and covered her ears. A moment later, a boom. The force of the explosion sent her reeling. The noise assaulted her eardrums. The burst of light was so bright she could see it through her eyelids. There was a high-pitched ringing in her ears and everything went white. If she hadn't closed her eyes when she did, she probably would have been blinded. Whoever these people were, they clearly weren't picky about collateral damage. It seems like they managed to kill that monster, though. Her eyes and ears hadn't quite recovered from the explosion yet, but the thing was dead now. She could feel it. With her life no longer in danger, she could take a moment to calm down and take stock of the situation. What even was that? An animal? Some kind of bioweapon? And who were the men that saved her? Hideko waited impatiently for the world to come back into focus. After a few minutes, the glare finally faded and she felt safe enough to open her eyes again. Excuse me, but what are you doing? She asked hesitantly. Ain't it obvious? We're taking out its core. Administration won't give us our bounty if we don't bring these back. There were 5 rugged-looking men, all dressed in leather jackets and sunglasses. They looked like a biker gang out of an old Hollywood movie. The 5 of them were gathered around the charred remains of the bear thing, digging into its body with survival knives. Damn, why do the enemy's bodies have to be so tough? It's gonna blunt my knife at this rate. The enemies. So this thing had a name, and there were more like it out there. And these men hunted them in exchange for rewards from the people in charge? Was that how it worked? Hideko peppered the men with questions. What were these enemies? Where did they come from? Why was their existence being kept a secret? But the men ignored her. They just went on carving up the enemy's body and eventually pulled out a glittering metallic lump from inside of it. Listen, Missy, one of them said. You want to stay alive? You best forget all about what you saw here today. Next time you hear an alarm, just head underground like everybody else. With that, they went on their way. Hideko was in no position to stop them. All she could do was watch them go. Their refusal to tell her anything was probably a kindness, in a way. In their eyes, she was just a normal girl who'd gotten a glimpse of a hidden world. They wanted to spare her from learning too much about it and its dangers. She understood that, and yet, there's no way I can ever forget that. She had an encounter with the unknown. She'd run with all her might, her very life at stake. She'd experienced the thrill of coming face to face with death. She really had found the ultimate source of stimulation and excitement. Forget all about it? That wasn't going to happen. She could never go back to living a normal life now. Ba-dum, her heart was racing like never before. I think I finally found a place where I can belong. From that day on, Hideko devoted herself to fighting the strange enemies that threatened the complex. Oh, okay. Alright, time traveler theory is looking less and less credible. Before she could even begin fighting, she needed information. Between the connections she formed at Kabukicho and the money she'd earned as a host at one time, it didn't take long for her to find what she needed. The enemies, yeah, that's what they call the creatures that show up to wreck stuff every now and then, an informant told her, thumbing through the stack of bills Hideko had given him. But there are different types, you know? Like a dog is a dog, but different breeds are still a thing. Sounds like the one you ran into was a grizzly. Grizzly. She had thought it looked like a teddy bear at first. Apparently, it was a type that relied on brute strength, using its powerful arms to mow down anything in its path. Hideko cleared her throat and clenched her fists. Now that she knew its name, her goal had become that much clearer. She would find a grizzly and kill it. The administration wants everyone to think the complex is all safe and peaceful. That's why they don't tell regular folks about the enemies. They use subliminal messages to keep people nice and compliant. When you hear the alarm, you have to go to a shelter. Don't ask questions, everything's fine. Just go in the shelter, that kind of thing. The informant went on to tell her how the complex had been handling the situation. Whenever the strange creatures attacked, a security alert would go off in that ward. Once the citizens were safely out of the way, the enemies were dispatched. Officially, it was elite army troops who took care of this matter, but the TRC's standing army was too small to deal with all the attacks that occurred around the city. But how did they get up there? I sound so... Whatever. Guess that's why they put the bounties out, he said with a shrug. To help cover their insufficient manpower, the administration allowed weapons to find their way to certain citizens, offering cash rewards to entice them to fighting the good fight. That was what those men Hiroko had encountered before were, bounty hunters. As to what kind of people the bounty hunters are, well, outcasts and misfits mostly. Kind of like you, Hiroko. Folks who can't stand their peaceful life here. Folks that want a taste of danger. But people like that, one day the conditioning just sort of comes undone. From there, it's only a matter of time until they run into the enemies. I'm losing my place. Here we go. The war against these creatures had been going on for centuries, but no one seemed to know what they were. Were they natural, artificial, supernatural? Nobody could say for sure. Does the complex administration really not know? Hiroko asked. Somehow I find that hard to believe. Ain't a lot that goes on here those guys don't know about, the informant replied. Wouldn't surprise me if they were hiding that too. He craned his neck toward Minato City, where even from here in Shinjuku, the Tokyo Tower could be seen rising above the rooftops. As the highest point in the complex, the top floor of the tower was where the administration had its headquarters, looking down on their domain, or so the rumors went. I thought this place was peaceful, but there's a lot going on under the surface. Well, Hiroko didn't really care about what the people in charge did or why. She just wanted to fight the enemies and live an exciting, extraordinary life. Nothing more, nothing less. Now that she'd learned all she could from secondary sources, Hiroko moved on to observing the enemies firsthand. When the alarms rang, she would head out in search of her quarry, watching them through high-powered binoculars. I don't know why I said it like that. Just as the informant had told her, the enemies came in all shapes and sizes. There were pudgy little ones about 1.5 feet tall, alien-looking ones with tentacled arms, ones that specialized in ranged attacks, more varieties than you could count on your fingers. At any rate. She decided to focus on the grizzlies for now. So far as she was concerned, that type was the enemy. As the type that had made her feel so powerless before, it was now the target of her revenge. Whenever she discovered one, she'd carefully take note of its proportions. With the help of some high-tech measuring instruments, a clearer picture started to emerge. Height 6'7", reach 8'2", leg length 1'8". Those were the averages Hiroko managed to work out after observing several specimens. Evidently, there was still room for individual differences even among the same enemy type. With those basics covered, she moved on to observing the grizzlies' behavior. Over the next 2 months, she made several key discoveries. Grizzlies were highly aggressive towards humans. When they saw a person, they'd become agitated and chase after them. Swiping with their massive arms was their only method of attack. They couldn't kick or headbutt, and were never seen to use weapons. Their intelligence was limited, probably on the same level as an actual bear. They knew how to avoid friendly fire with the other monsters, but otherwise acted on instinct rather than strategy. Now, if she could only find a weak point. She tried watching the bounty hunters' attacks on the grizzlies, assuming they would aim at vital spots wherever possible. Unfortunately, this attempt failed to turn up anything useful. All the enemies, regardless of type, seemed to possess a kind of uniform sturdiness across their entire bodies. But that didn't mean they were invincible. They also shared a uniform weakness. Concentrated gunfire at close range could tear open their skin and make them bleed. Once they lost enough blood, they would weaken drastically, to the point that guns could then cause critical damage. Background info? Check. Anatomy and behavior? Check. Weakness? Check. It was time to get into the gory details. How did she kill them? Fortunately, somebody had already figured that out for her. The bounty hunters. She just needed to watch them at their work and take their knowledge for herself. There seemed to be just one way for weak, frail human beings to defeat these monsters. Surround them and attack all at once. When faced with several opponents, The creatures seemed to have trouble deciding on who to go after first, resulting in a fatal delay in their actions. The hunters used that opportunity to riddle their target with bullets, making every injury, every drop of blood spilled, count. Finally, when it was sufficiently weakened, they'd finish it off with a grenade. There were variations on the strategy, of course, but it all boiled down to the same thing. It was a little like hunting or fishing as a group. That was by far the safest, most consistent way to kill the enemies. However, no, I have to do this myself. Hideko had no intention of joining somebody else's team. Just thinking about all that teamwork and camaraderie with others made her sick. If she couldn't strike out on her own, what was even the point of breaking away from normal society? She thought hard. Was there a way for her to kill the enemies all on her own? These things would charge viciously at her without any hesitation. How could she deal damage without taking any herself? Maybe I can try a hit-and-run strategy, like an outboxer. Her mind went to Muhammad Ali. Okay. One of the boxing greats of the 20th century. The one float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Could she do that? Use fancy footwork to keep the enemy at a distance, get in hits a little at a time to wear it down, then move in for the final blow. In theory, that should make it possible for her to fight and win alone. In that case, I better stick to lightweight weapons. Loading herself up with a lot of firearms would only slow her down. She needed speed, maneuverability, a small caliber handgun perhaps. No, that wouldn't work. The other bounty hunters had all used big guns that took 2 hands to wield. Hideko doubted a handgun could deal enough damage in a short enough time to achieve the proper results. But using a shotgun or a machine gun while also dodging attacks wasn't likely to end well for her either. She'd need to think of something else. I just need to break through their skin and make them bleed. Thinking about it like that, some kind of blade might be a better choice. A blade. The words seemed to jog something loose in Hiroko's imagination. In her mind's eye, she saw herself wielding an axe, swinging it down to cleave her opponent clean in two. Performing an execution with an axe, not a bad idea. She had read that axes were the executioner's tool of choice in medieval Europe. Maybe her desire to kill the enemies combined with that knowledge was what had conjured up that image. Swinging around a double-handed battle axe was out of the question, but something smaller, something she could hold in one hand, that just might work. She could even strap it to one of her legs and use her skirt to hide it from view. Yes, an axe. That was what she'd use. Now that she'd made her choice, Hideko went on to a hardware store and purchased a hand axe. She took it to a swordsmith in Kabukicho and had the blade sharpened, sharp enough to cut through the tough hides of the enemies. Once she had her equipment ready, she needed to learn how to use it. She adopted an abandoned Kabukicho warehouse as her training grounds and went there to practice every day. Her first order of business was practice swings. She swung the axe over and over again to get used to the feeling. Yeah, ha. She started to get a better feel for its weight and the best way to handle it. Ha, yeah. She moved on from regular swinging to aiming at targets, increasing her control and precision further. Hurrah, ha. Through trial and error, she found her ideal grip, her ideal stance, her ideal swing. Ha, ya. Hideko had never learned any kind of martial arts, but she seemed to have an instinctive knack for wielding the axe. It hadn't even been 2 months since she started training, and it already felt like an extension of her body. But there was a difference between just swinging the axe around and actually cutting something with it. She hung sheets of cloth from the warehouse ceiling. They were nowhere near as tough as the enemy's skin, but they do for now. There's more to cutting something than simply hitting the target. The angle of the blade, the wind up and follow through, the strength of the swing itself. Only when she got all of that just right did the axe slide silently through the cloth, leaving a smooth, satisfying cut behind. See, so this is how it feels, Hideko thought to herself, looking at the blade and smiling. She was already imagining herself slicing through enemies with the same merciless precision. In addition to her basic training, she also did a kind of shadow boxing, envisioning different scenarios and practicing how to respond to each one. Naturally, the opponent she always imagined was a grizzly. She'd get around to the other enemy types eventually, but she needed to get her revenge on that one first. If it moved like this, she dodged to the right. If it did that, she'd sidestep like this. Hideko imagined countless possibilities and drilled the moves into her muscle memory. Ya, ha. Letting out battle cry after battle cry, she faced down the imaginary enemies. Ha, ya. She saw their attacks coming and moved to dodge and counter. Hurry up. In her mind, the Grizzlies killed her, rending her body apart with their claws, smashing her skull with their heavy paws. Ya, ha. But each death, each failure was an opportunity to learn. Little by little, she was getting better. Ha, hi-ya. And strangely, with each simulated battle, win or lose, her feelings for the enemies started to change. Her hatred was being replaced with a sense of gratitude. If she hadn't run into that first grizzly, she'd still be living a typical Tokyo residential complex life, bored out of her mind. That bizarre creature had been her guide into a whole new world. Thank you for showing me there is so much more out there, Hideko thought as she swung her axe. But if the grizzly was a guide, it was also a gatekeeper. Killing one for herself would open the door to even more new experiences, more unbelievable sights, more dizzying highs and crushing lows. More excitement, more stimulation. Ayya! Finally, she finished her 6th month of training. That took less time than I thought it would. Her special anti-grizzly training course was complete. I think I'm ready now, don't you and Charlie? Hideko said, addressing her phone-strapped plushie. The day when she got to take down her prey couldn't come soon enough. She stood there, alone in the empty warehouse, an obscene smile on her face. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Her heart, once so hungry for stimulation, was beating with the ferocity of a wild beast. These are the sirens again. Late one night, the security alarms blared out across Oda City. Regular citizens stirred from their beds and went out into the streets, opening manhole covers and climbing down into the shelters. Hideko, meanwhile, broke away from the crowd and sprinted through the desolate streets. Where were they? Where were the enemies? More importantly, was there a grizzly among them? Don't tease me like this, Grizzly. Hurry up and show yourself. Her heart fluttering like a love-struck girl on her way to her first date, she ran on, ignoring any other enemies until... I knew it. As if guided by fate, she found herself close to one of the blue bear-like enemies. It was wandering around the shopping district, probably in search of its prey. Hideko ducked into a side alley for a moment to get her breathing under control. She took out her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow and ran a comb through her hair. She wanted this creature to see her at her best. What? Here we go. Finally time to do this. The last time she'd encountered one of these things, all she could do was run away. She'd been nothing but a weak, fragile, normal girl then, but not anymore. Through her training, she'd built herself up from scratch into a completely new person. This was no mere revenge match. It was the debut of a brand new her. Her first battle as Hideko the warrior. Hideko, the executioner. Well then, let's begin. She calmly stepped out in front of the grizzly. The moment it saw her, the monster let out one of its high-pitched wails and began to charge. In a few seconds, it was right on top of her. It swung one of its massive claws at its face. Too slow. She simply stepped out of the way. The thing's arm flailed harmlessly through the air. It attacked again and again, unleashing a series of vicious lashes, all of which failed to hit their target. Hideko had done her homework. A grizzly's attack range was 9 feet, 10 inches. So long as she stayed at least 9 feet, 11 inches away from it, it would be unable to reach her. She remained calm and kept perfect track of the distance between them. The grizzly swung at her. She retreated 9 feet, 11 inches. It swung again. She retreated another 9 feet, 11 inches. So far, so good. This is just like how I rehearsed it. Tasting the fruits of her labor in action, she felt the corners of her mouth turning up into a smile. Those claws had seemed so deadly before, but now they were no more threat to her than cat toys. They were nothing to be afraid of. They were never going to hit her. But she couldn't keep dodging all night. She had to go on the offensive, too. She waited for a gap between swipes, and then... Now. The grizzly's right arm swung forward, and Hideko charged in. She avoided the claws and passed by the monster's right flank. Now behind it, she turned around and unleashed a slash with her axe. A large gash opened up in the enemy's back, and a spray of red liquid erupted into the air. It gave an angry roar and then began flailing its arms like a child throwing a tantrum. Hideko was already out of its attack range. She saw every attack coming and dodged them easily. What's the matter? Do you have to thrash around quite so violently? Speaking to the thing in mock kindness, she continued to carve into its body. She cut its back, its arms, its legs, its face. Did you feel that one? How about that? Does it hurt? The grizzly's blue body was being stained redder and redder. Oh, why are you crying? You know that's not going to get me to stop. With every spurt of blood, she felt a fresh surge of excitement. It hurts, doesn't it? Let me hear those cries of pain. Cry for me. More. More. By now, the grizzly was covered in wounds. It was a blood-drenched shadow of its former self. But Hideko wasn't done with it yet. She kept on toying with the beast. She was having fun. More fun than she ever remembered having. More fun than she thought was even possible. Ba-dum. Her heart was beating like a goddamn drum. Ba-dum. Finally, as her pulse and her excitement were reaching their peak, you're finished. She used an underarm swing to plunge her axe into the monster's abdomen and brought it up in one smooth vertical movement. The monster let out a wordless death rattle as one last spray of blood burst out of its body. Now completely powerless, it tottered back on its feet. It fell back onto the cold, hard ground, motionless, dead. Phew. Execution complete? Hideko silently muttered to herself, tossing her axe down so that the blade stuck in the asphalt. Her first battle had been a resounding success. Any unpleasant memories associated with her previous encounter had been thoroughly overwritten. Thank you. I had fun today. Even when the battle was over, Hideko stayed by the grizzly's side. She knelt next to its corpse and offered some words of heartfelt gratitude. And thanks to you, I was able to break free from my old life. She patted the monster's head, as if she were reluctant to leave it. Hee. The more she patted it, the more affection she seemed to feel. Her hand wandered down to its cheek, its neck, its arms, its claws, and then... Oh my. Now this is pretty. She thrust her hand into the gash in its stomach and gently caressed its innards. Lookin', Charlie, a new friend for you, Hideko said, taking out her plushie and showing it what she'd done. Her axe attack had opened the grizzly right up, revealing a gruesome assortment of blood and guts, including several internal organs, blue, like its skin. Squish, squelch. She ran her hand tenderly over each and every one, reveling in the way they felt beneath her fingers. While she was doing that, she realized something. I finally did it. I found that one irregular thing to give my life meaning. She really couldn't go back to being a normal girl now. Even if she could, she wouldn't. Hideko promised herself that she'd do this again. She would keep fighting. Her fingers closed around what must have been the grizzly's heart. She yanked it out and held it aloft. Still slick with warm, sticky blood, the heart glinted in the glare from the streetlights, like a beautiful shining star. Looking up at it, Hideko thought back on the battle she just fought. That was so much fun. A battle to the death, lasting only a few short minutes, but with both combatants risking everything they had. The memory of it gave her chills. Surely there could be no other experience quite as stimulating as this. Ba-dump. More? She needed more of this. Once just wasn't enough. She had to face off against these enemies again. That was all she wanted to know. I'd better make a wish. She got to her feet and threw the grizzly's heart into the air. It was the closest thing to a star she was ever going to see in the complex. As the heart moved through the air like a gory comet, she gave voice to her innermost desire. I want to keep fighting. I want to live a life full of excitement. Hideko's wish would be granted. The enemies would attack again, and she would fight them, experiencing more battles and chalking up more victories. And eventually, Hideko Shizuhara, congratulations, you have been chosen. She would get all the excitement she could handle when a peculiar robot recruited her into this unit and sent her to a strange school. But that is a story for another time. Okay. Looks like that's it. Sure. Let's look at the afterword. The story is by Kyohei Oyama. Supervising editor is Kodaka. It says file 3 as if there's others. Many players have wondered, why is Hideko so strong right from the start of the game? This short, I mean, have they? How many people asked that? This game just came out. This short novel sets out to answer that question and flesh out the character's backstory. We see her frustration with her normal life in the Tokyo residential complex and how this leads her to seek out hidden truths, along with the power to survive in a much harsher environment. For those of you who are curious, it should give you a better idea of what Hideko is all about, whether you're just starting the game or have already completed it. I hope you enjoyed this deeper glimpse into the world of the 100 Line Last Defense Academy. In the game, we see what life in the Tokyo residential complex is like from the point of view of the main character, Takemi Sumino. But what about the other members of the Special Defense Unit? We decided to provide a prequel story showing a different perspective through the eyes of Hideko Shizuhara. Her life contains some pretty impactful episodes which have greater consequences later down the line. You may find yourself drawing connections with this short novel story as you progress through the game. It's also a fun read if you already finished the game and are looking for a little something extra. Okay, but here's the problem. Well, as I was reading this, number one, she's crazy, but I can fix her. No, I mean, that's just how she is. She's not like... She just wants to have an exciting life, I guess. It makes sense after living in this satellite for so long. But how much of that is, like, real? Like, legit, right? Because I thought these were all implanted memories. So did that actually happen to her? And that also begs the question, when Sirei recruited all these students, like, I'm not sure I understand when, like, chronologically speaking, that would have happened. Because my understanding of it is that they were in these pods, and then they were woken up when it was time to fight. Did Sirei appear in their dreams? We also got to see the perspective of the bounty hunters and also people that just basically aren't civilians, the administration, and there's like a private army. Again, I don't know if this is because this is an implanted memory or if it's reflective of what's actually happening. But if there are invaders up there and every time that these sirens went off, they were attacking, how the hell did they get up there and win? Because I thought they were all on the planet, right? So we gotta figure that out. That was like probably what, like an hour, give or take? Wasn't that long, I guess. That wasn't bad. Give me some more context. Now it's time to get to the real game. That was a good read. My voice is shot. That's okay, because I'm hoping that they'll voice a good majority of what I want to see. Going. Figure out game. Come on. There you go. Alright. Now here is the question of the hour. Where do I continue? That's the problem. Where do I continue? So we fin. Oh damn! I wish he stuck her. I want to talk to Beat Miner about this. Hopefully next time. Oh no! I was thinking maybe we do it backwards like this, just so we can see endings quicker, right? I think that'd be the most entertaining thing to do. I don't want to go all the way from the beginning. What's my first branching choice? So I'm gonna tackle the spare side first. Not despair, the spare. Spare Ato side. Move a little bit quicker. Oh my god. Quicker. It all stems from here. The first choice was to not reveal my secret. I don't know. Let's see what happens with this one first. We're gonna go all the way to the end. Oh my god. Fuck day. Oh, there we go. That's way quicker. Alright. Oh, I hit that button one more time. Let's see what happens with this. Defying Sirei at the end. See. Hey, who changed it? That didn't. Here, go back.
Huh.
Hey!
Yeah, so she okay. I thought Hirako was a time traveler this whole time. I guess she's not. I don't think she is. The reason she has experience is because it's either they implanted that memory into her, or legitimately she has been doing this before. Well, no, because we weren't supposed to be outside of the pods. Have we ever actually lived in the Tokyo residential complex that wasn't inside of the pod? That's what I'm confused about. But knowing me, I'm probably misconstruing or misunderstanding something too. That's also a possibility.
I think we should try to stop the final attack.
I skipped this. We've seen this.
Hey!
Hey.
Error. A catastrophic error has occurred in the system. Unable to execute omnidirectional attack.
So I say we stop it. We'll end this war with our own hands.
Oh. Hey!
Huh? Oh.
Sorry I'm late, folks. Congratulations! You finally made it to day 100! You did really well to make it this far! Your commander is overcome with emotion. Aha! Thank you for everything you've done. Amazing work. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Huh? And I'm telling you, you're doing it for humanity. You absolutely must win this battle for the sake of mankind. That is the will of humanity. Huh?
Please, I don't care what happens to me.
All right, let's just go. Come on. I've seen this. This is gonna end terribly, dude. Like, I don't understand what No, I can't. I don't want to lose anyone anymore. The battle is finally over. I want to carry on living with my friends all here. Then
Hey!
let's do what Siri says. I can't risk your lives any further. Are you sure? You won't regret this? I'm already full of regrets. That's why I want to protect what matters most. Right now, that's everyone here. I'm making this choice to protect all of you. Takumi. Hey, are you having fun talking without me? I don't know what you're jabbering on about, but I told you what happens after this, right? Once the school transitions to attack mode, you need to evacuate to the schoolyard where the escape pod will be, okay?
Hey!
I'll be on my way then. Thanks for the memories, folks. Siri left with a smile, and all we could do was watch him. A little after that, Nozomi showed up. Takumi, everyone. Nozomi, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, but more importantly, your talk with Siri. Oh, you heard? It's like I was saying. I've thought about it, and I don't want to lose anyone else. I feel like this is our only option. So we just follow the plan they made for us? I know it's not right, but I want all of us to finish this together. That's my decision. You see. Okay, if that's your choice, Takumi, then I'll accept it. We'll live with our guilt. I agree. We've got no other choice. I don't want to die for a bunch of strangers. They'll hardly forgive us for invading their planet just because we stopped one attack. In the end, we'll just have to fight again. It will only continue that way until we end up dead. Right. I intend to follow the decisions made by our team leader. I always have. Seeing as we've come this far, you might as well continue living as ugly as we might be. We were all saying what we could to reaffirm our choice, but as we were talking, suddenly Nozomi let out a pained whimper and collapsed with a thud. Nozomi! I hurried over and felt a burning fever emanating from her body. You're burning up. It's okay, it'll all be over soon. It's like the cryptoglobin leaving my body is flaring up one last time. When this is over, the power of the cryptoglobin will be gone. The end of my time with this power my mother gave me. That's how it should be. This is the real you. Immediately after that, strange music began to play through the speaker. Heck is that? Hydration syrup?
The most important moment of this operation will soon begin. Lost Defense Academy will now transition to attack mode.
Hack mode. What's going to happen now? Wait, be quiet. You hear that?
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 600 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, please evacuate to the schoolyard immediately.
Yeah, can somebody lend me a hand too? I can't see, so I can't move very fast. For the love of murder, if you insist, but don't you dare tell me I reek or anything like that. Am I forgetting anything? Maybe I'll stop by my room before I go. That.
So, that's attack mode.
Those are some crazy-ass cannons.
They're going to launch a bunch of undying flame missiles all across the planet, huh?
A weapon that can destroy all life on an entire planet. What a terrifying force.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 400 seconds. Leading up to the omnidirectional attack, all defenses will be rerouted to the intercept system. Special Defense Unit members, please board the escape pod in the schoolyard immediately. Repeat. An omnidirectional attack will launch in 390 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, please board the escape pod in the schoolyard immediately. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily. Please depart immediately after boarding the escape pod. Repeat. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily. Please depart immediately after boarding the escape pod. Repeat. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily.
Aha! Yeah. Huh. Hey. Aha.
Oh my god. Interbreed. Like all of you to reproduce, not just Kirafuji. Oh my god.
Aha.
Bro, why gotta say it like a corny villain?
Hey.
One 20 seconds until the omnidirectional attack.
Commencing countdown. Special Defense Unit members, please board the escape pod in the schoolyard immediately.
Yeah.
Oh?
Yeah. Ah.
There's gotta be an ending where we can live with him, right? Like, it sucks he has to die every time.
Oh.
Yeah.
60 seconds until the omnidirectional attack. Commencing countdown. Repeat.
All of us aboard the escape pod launched into the emptiness of space. We were now completely overwhelmed by the sights unfolding outside the windows, unable to speak. Then, we were just as overwhelmed by the beauty of the planet we'd made our exit from. That's the planet, Futurum. The planet both humanity and the Futurans risked everything for. Its overwhelming majesty was so powerful that it seemed to consume all life and death. It was so beautiful that it made me feel afraid. The very next moment. My vision was instantaneously dazzled by a flash of light. The bombing had begun. The planet was enveloped by Shion's flame. Every last person residing on it burned to ash. This is the ending we chose. The very realization made me tremble and sob uncontrollably. In any other situation, I'd never forget this moment for the rest of my life. Right. In any other situation. T-Ray had said one last thing as the countdown drew nearer to its end in the schoolyard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Override our memory? What?
Oh. Y'all. Yeah. Oh.
The light that had once been so bright, it lit up the vacuum of space slowly began to fade. What remained afterwards was a planet that looked completely unchanged, and yet it was entirely different. It was empty now, no elders, no youths, no children, all of them gone. If it's true that planets have minds of their own, I wonder what this one is thinking. He's thinking, what the fuck did you just do to me? Will it accept us after everything we've done? I don't know. I have no idea, but we have no choice but to live on. We're the ones who have to press on and believe in our decision. I've already made up my mind. Ah. Okay, yeah, that was not as good. It was just Oh, wait, is this a new one? Is this a different song? Yeah, that one, it's a better credit song.
I'm spinning around, but I'm standing on my greed. Breaking all the limits, yeah, I'm reaching for the sky. You told
I
me
just skipped
we
it.
should split, now
I want to
I'm
listen to the song
on my
first.
own. Got my focus lazy and I'm better off alone. Time keeps ticking,
That was not as satisfying as the other one.
in the street. Gotta find my
I thought it'd have like a cutscene at the end, but it didn't.
back, now I'm done being
I mean, I guess it technically did.
yeah, it's true.
So we bombed the planet, and now we have to restart humanity with just the 12 of us. I mean, I guess that's. I don't know. They definitely did not feel good about that decision. Song kicks ass though. Way better credit song.
I just stop, no, I'm rising to the top. Watch me shine, baby, I ain't never gonna drop. Life's a curse, but I'm leading every speed. Chasing all my dreams, watch me win, watch me win. Run like a gazelle. I chase and then depart. Spin it round like a gazelle. I grasp and then let go. Run around like a gazelle. I chase and then depart. Oh, spin it round like a gazelle. I grasp and then let go.
Okay. Whoa. Wait. Would it be day one? What are you talking about?
Where am I? A classroom? What happened to me?
Oh. He wiped our memories, right? Yeah. They put his eyes back somehow. How to get your eyes back, bro? Several others my own age were also here. Each of them slumped over a desk just like I'd been a moment ago.
Huh?
Wow. Where am I? So we won't know that we're brothers and sisters. Where am I? Who are you guys? Yeah. I'd never met any of them before. Judging from the uneasy glances they were all throwing around, nobody else seemed to know each other either. What is this place anyway? Some kind of messed up classroom? More importantly, I don't know why, but I can't remember anything. Huh? I don't remember anything either. All I know is the pretty girl next to me is my little sister. Where am I? Who am I? I'm in the same boat. All I can remember is that I'm a beautiful wrestler. Pro wrestler. That's why she's dressed like that. Like everyone here has amnesia then. Amnesia? How are you so chill about it? Guess I just have that kind of personality. Bizarre. I only remember some parts of our personalities and characters. For me, I remember I was raised in a family of physicians. Nothing else. I only remember that I was really popular in class. Oh. All I remember is how much I love humanity. He loves humanity? What does that even mean? Well, the thing about me is I was raised in your average family in an average way, so I don't really have anything in particular. Before the boy could finish, something interrupted him. What? Ending.
Yeah.
For what reason? What? Okay.
Yeah.
You are the final 12 survivors of an annihilated. I can't even talk. I'm like annihilated world. Final survivors?
So you just have one important responsibility to handle here.
So they chose to do this, right? Like they willingly wanted to have their memories their memories wiped. Did they want that, or did he force them to do that? That's what I'm concerned about.
You need to stay alive no matter what. You'll need to develop this planet and create a new civilization. You'll have to build this world from the ground up.
That's a lot of work, man.
You're free to develop facilities that can withstand environmental threats, or even to grow new organisms using synthetic DNA. You'll make friends, fall in love, and sometimes maybe even fight with each other as you join hands and live caring lives. Yours is not to reason why. Yours is just to live your lives. Now get out there and live like you've never lived before.
Okay, that was a little bit more of something at the end there. That's good. Reset. That's the second one. Number 2. Reset. Welcome to Last Defense Academy. Okay. I think this one was better. I think this one was a better one. But I mean, if you want like a happy ending, that's as close as you're gonna get if you're following this path, all right? Okay. Something. Now let me go back over here. Oh my god. What is this? Oh. Turn down is him running to the... I don't want to do that, man. I want to do that. I have to. Alright. We got some tours. Love to see. Oh, hate to see that. Who's Ato? Blah, 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 blah. He's blind. Blind. You see. How'd he put his eyes back in his head? I guess I shouldn't be. My eyes, my special eyes. Hey, oh, why don't we just get right there? Oh, I hate that. Sorry, buddy. I love you. You know I love you. Literally my favorite character in the game. You know I love you. But gotta turn me down. This is gonna hurt. Sorry, Ato, but I get it. Don't have to spell it out.
Huh?
What?
Huh.
My other senses have been greatly heightened now that I've lost my sense of sight. I already know what you're going to say next just from your general vibe.
Huh.
I also sense how agonizing this decision is for you, so it is enough. You don't have to say anymore. I'm not interested in putting you in yet another painful position. Ato, who could blame you for not wanting me to join, right? Those glitched memories embedded in me may have been the root cause, but it doesn't change the fact that I chose to do what I did. You destroyed your own eyes too. I did it because I wanted to, and certainly not to garner sympathy. I knew something like this wasn't going to be enough to regain your trust. I knew it wouldn't conveniently make us friends again. I knew all this, but I still couldn't stop myself from holding out hope. I may lie to people on the outside, but I never lie to myself. It goes against my nature. Now that that's settled, if you'll allow this public nuisance to beat a hasty retreat. Retreat where? You're gonna leave? With your eyes like that? The invaders will get you. Your ugly concern is most gratifying, but there is no need to spare me any. Like I mentioned, my other senses have been greatly heightened. I expect to have no issues handling any invaders I come across.
Oh.
Also, this won't be my first time leaving the academy. I probably know more about the outside world than any of you. Still too dangerous. Just because I don't want you back on the team doesn't mean I want to force you to leave the whole school. If you promise to stay in your cell and not interfere with any of us, you can stay. Have you forgotten this facility was built for the Special Defense Unit? It is no place for someone who doesn't belong. Am I right, Sirai?
Yeah.
Yuki's correct. Anyone not recognized as an ally is naturally viewed as a dangerous element. An element that can only work to our detriment and never to our benefit. Therefore, he must leave. Oh, that makes it easier for me to get over my feelings too. Now that I no longer have to put up with your unbearable voices and smell. Little piece of chicken shit. Always the same right down to the end, huh? I shall be responsible for seeing you off. I expect you haven't gotten used to your newfound blindness yet, and may need a little bit of help getting around. This is my duty and obligation as your commanding officer. The commanding officer has spoken. The rest of you can just stay put. Not like I could see your hideous mugs even if you did come. Besides, there's something I need to speak about in private with Sirai before I leave. With me? You don't mind? Consider it my last wish.
Yeah.
Very well. You may tell me along the way. You're still considered a member of the Special Defense Unit while on school grounds. Thank you very much for that.
This is goodbye. Forever. You miserable freaks. And you may not think me sincere when I say this, but I pray from the bottom of my heart that you will win this war. Good luck.
Damn, man. Wait, what? After that, under Sirai's guidance, I made my way carefully through Last Defense Academy in total darkness.
Yeah.
Oh, this is his POV. Here are a few days worth of rations as a farewell gift from me. Oh my god, this is awesome. Wow, this is surprisingly thoughtful coming from someone who only really cares about victory. Continued conversing with Sirai as I walked next to him in darkness. It may have been the first time he had ever spoken at leisure. A manifestation of guilt for embedding those glitches into my brain? Defects were inevitable. The brain, especially the human brain, is a complicated organ no one completely understands. There's no mean feat getting everyone combat ready with the limited time and resources available to us. There's no time for multiple rounds of tests or verifications, although we did conduct an endless amount of simulations. Yet even with that, out came someone like me. I don't know what to call this, but destiny. Sirai and I finished talking. I left Last Defense Academy behind. I remained cautious of my bedarkened surroundings as I moved through the city ruins, using my feet to feel the rubble. Even though I had proudly declared that I could handle myself, moving around in total darkness was still rather mentally straining. This is sick as hell. Wait, this is his Ato routes? Let's go! Darkness. Am I not clicking? Oh, everywhere I went, I was greeted by pure, unadulterated darkness with not a speck of light to be found. I mean, I could kind of see things, but I couldn't be sure what was on the road ahead of me. I can kind of see it. Did anybody come see me off? Even though I said there was no need. Maybe someone watched me walking away from school until they could see me no more. No, that's not possible. What am I hoping for? Nobody there cares about me. I'm nothing but a traitor. Bug to betray. Then again, this terrible defect reflected the repulsiveness of its creator, mankind itself. And I was equally repulsive for allowing them to lead me by the nose all this time. By the time I realized that, it was way too late to do anything about it. I kept walking. My destination was second to last Defense Academy. Z-Ray had given me directions on how to get there when I left. He said it would give me a place to hide from inclement weather, and that there were probably leftover rations there as well. Z-Ray likely told the others I'd be heading there. Once they learned I won't be ending up in a ditch somewhere. Those who had been even the tiniest bit concerned about my welfare would surely be able to breathe easier. Personally, I'd rather they not feel a single shred of guilt even if anything should happen to me. They didn't chase me out. I decided on my own that I would leave. Although C-Ray had given me directions, wandering through the ruins without sight, I couldn't tell for the life of me whether I was even going in the right direction. But if I wanted to keep going, I had to put faith in the path I had drawn up in my mind. There was also one more thing keeping me going. I wanted to witness how things would turn out for the others on day 100. They were special to me, even if we didn't manage to become friends. To someone like me, who used to be disgusted at the mere thought of having to coexist with hideous humans, I now knew those were just fake memories implanted into me. Still, these were people with whom I had spent a staggering amount of time. Even after discovering they were actually empty inside, that everything had been lies built on lies, they still chose to support each other and blaze a trail through destiny. When did we take this picture? There was nothing we could trust, nobody we could lean on. Fake memories, fake gold, fake backgrounds, fake families, fake friends, fake love, and fake hatred. Empty vessels made of fabricated falsehoods. That was all we were. What could such people even believe in? Yet they chose to believe in each other, and to fight for each other to the end. Their revolting appearance, smell, and voices still disgusted me to no end, but the feeling of camaraderie they shared was as real as they came. Watching them had made me forget all I had done and start wishing I could be a part of that too. They weren't naive. Gouging my eyes out as a show of my commitment was never going to be enough to convince them to let a repeat traitor like me onto the team. I had been ready to face rejection, but deep down, for just a short, fleeting moment, I entertained the thought that they might forgive me after all. Indulgent thought that was. When had I become so naive? But now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. I had to focus on walking. I'd arrive somewhere as soon as I kept going, or as long as I kept going. All I could do now was to keep walking and pray that I would eventually reach the second campus. Pray? Oh God would listen to the prayers of an empty shell like me. Darkness clung to me. From the skies above to the ground below, all I could see was unadulterated darkness. No gradients. You sure about that? No flickering, just plain darkness. I read in a book that humans invented fire out of their fear of the darkness of night. When I read that, I mocked them as weaklings in my mind. The birth of fire led to the birth of war. Humans would burn themselves up in the very same fire they sought. There would have been peace had they not created such a thing and simply endured the darkness of night. How weak and hideous. I remember thinking that once. Now, however, I knew how wrong I had been. It was not that they feared the night or failed to endure the darkness. They were afraid to not have light by their side. For light represented hope itself, and these eyes of mine would never see light again. Why was I feeling sad about that? And I utterly despised everything I saw in this world. What? 8 egg? Oh my. Oh boy. Place. For a few days of non-stop walking, I stepped into a facility that felt all too familiar to me. Right, it appeared that I managed to reach second to last academy after all. To be honest, I was beginning to wonder if C-Ray had deliberately given me the wrong directions. Guess he's not as wicked as I've imagined. I naturally drifted in the direction of the cafeteria once I was inside. The layout of the school was almost exactly the same as the other one, like I had been told. This place would shield me from the elements as I waited out the remaining days. There would be no fighting. I only had to wait here in safety until the missiles were launched and everything was over. But there were over 10 days left. I'd have to live in darkness until then. Or, there was a faster way to end things. I opened the heavy bag I had been carrying and traced my finger along what was inside. What? I knew what it was even though I couldn't see it. An undying flame bomb Sirei had developed. Activated by using hemo-anima and powerful enough to take out even Veshnas. This miniaturized version was still more than capable of reducing a human body to ashes. Skin, bones, hair, everything would disappear. If Veshnas comes for you, I would like you to use this before she absorbs your cryptoglobin. That was what Sirei said when he handed this to me. However, I was not able to discern his true agenda. Did he really want me to blow myself up and take out Veshnas with me, or was he simply giving me a tool to euthanize myself like an animal? There you are. I ran my finger over the detonator. Everything would end when I pressed this button while infusing hemo-anima into it. I would be freed from it all. Free from my fake memories, false hatred, and empty existence. Free from the man called Eito Atsuki.
Press it.
No, don't.
Come on.
Oh.
It's all you have to do. Why can't you just press it?
My finger wouldn't respond, no matter how loudly and harshly I berated myself. Even though I knew pushing the button was all I needed to do to be freed from this pain, I still couldn't do it. Wanting to witness how things turned out for the Special Defense Unit was merely an excuse. The actual reason I couldn't do it was because... When I realized what this feeling was, I had to laugh, despite myself. I was afraid. Afraid. Fearful, spooked, daunted, anxious, just scared stiff. Death frightened me even when I had nothing to live for. How could I not laugh at the irony of that? Death was no different from a life without purpose, yet I feared it. Put the bomb on the floor, my hands trembling. Then I sat down on the floor as well and leaned against the wall. As I did, the fatigue from the few days of walking got to me and I felt groggy all of a sudden. My consciousness disconnected in the silent darkness. Wouldn't it be nice if death visited me now? That I would simply slip into an eternal slumber, never to awaken again? But no, I would never be allowed to enjoy such a peaceful end. What was that? An unfamiliar voice screaming. I knew something was wrong when I woke up to that. I could always pretend like nothing had happened, but my feet were already moving in the direction of the screams. As I ran, the smell of fire was so intense it was burning my nose. It was the stench of fighting. The screaming was coming from multiple people. Were they trying to get away from something? Oh! I ran to the schoolyard and focused my hearing on what was happening outside the school. I could hear multiple sets of footsteps getting closer. Since I couldn't see their exact locations, I simply waved in the general direction of the sound. Over here! I kept waving. That seemed to work. The frantic footsteps became louder and louder. I raised my hands to indicate I wasn't holding any weapons. As I did, the approaching group stopped a distance away from me. They were panting hard as if they had been running for a long time. Wait a minute, who are these people? Definitely not the Special Defense Unit. Are they natives of this planet? Are you being chased? By whom? Nobody answered me. I didn't even know if we spoke the same language. Couldn't have been talking to me or the others chasing them, so invaders? You can hide here if you want. This place was destroyed a while ago. It's unlikely anyone will come looking for you here. Still no response, but I could sense they were listening to me. The cafeteria here is stocked with more than enough food for all of us. The mystery group wasn't moving at all. I didn't even hear them whispering among themselves. They were probably communicating with each other non-verbally. Or maybe they were trying to decide who would get to attack me first. After all, to the natives of this planet, I was the invader. In case you haven't noticed, I'm blind. I don't know how many of you are here and obviously won't be able to attack you. Still no response. Anyway, I'm heading back inside. Follow me if you intend to hide here. I turned my back on the mystery group and started walking. I was completely defenseless. If they killed me, they could have had this hiding spot all to themselves. Yet they followed after me politely. When I staggered, they would even stop and wait out of consideration for me. One step at a time, I went farther into the building with a hand on the wall, taking care to use a route that could not be seen from the outside. Finally, I found myself in the cafeteria with the mystery group in tow.
Huh.
The place should be safe. You can eat anything you find here. After that, I went back to my usual spot and sat down again. Where's my bag? I remember I left it here. I felt around the floor next to me with my right hand for the bag that contained the undying flame bomb. Where was it? Where could it be? Something heavy suddenly fell into my lap. Someone had placed something there. I gingerly touched it with my fingertips. It was my bag.
Huh.
You found it for me? I asked my surroundings but received no response like always. I then put the bag on my shoulders so that I would never lose it again. Leaning against the wall, I let my hearing take over. I heard the sound of rummaging for food. It didn't seem like they were interested in attacking me for now. It was likely they would leave once the enemies that were after them went away. Then I would be back to waiting for day 100 here, all alone, so that I could witness the ending that everyone made for themselves. Sometime later, I heard the sound of a can being opened. I guess they decided to eat the food that was here. They sat a cautious distance away, but were still close enough to keep an eye on me. I hope they got something to eat I hope they got to eat something they liked at least. If I couldn't see, I couldn't even choose the kind of food I wanted to eat. That reminded me of the 5 cans of pickled fish I had to eat in a row last night. I inadvertently nodded off even though I hadn't been feeling particularly sleepy. And thus I fell asleep while being surrounded by an unknown number of natives. Perhaps it was because I felt no animosity from them. I could sense they were friends as they huddled closely together to eat and rest in this unknown place. Maybe they were sharing their favorite foods with each other. Maybe they were exchanging jokes with each other so quietly that I couldn't hear. Whatever it was, the atmosphere was like a comfortable blanket over my body, warming me up and making me sleepy. Like something I once had myself, up until a short while ago. How did I not realize sooner what a beautiful thing that had been? Somebody was shaking my shoulders. I sensed that I had been surrounded by a few people who were looking down on me. What is it?
Why are you here?
It was the voice of a child, a young girl who seemed to be about 8 or 9, a native of this planet, a futurine child. Thinking back, I realized I had never met anyone from this planet before, neither during any defensive battles nor when I was with Veshnas. Had they been isolated from the war? Maybe in a shelter of sorts like the Tokyo residential complex.
Why are you alone?
The girl asked again. Since she was speaking as their representative, they were likely a group of children. I could sense wariness in the tone of her voice. It was as if this was a tense cross-examination, and my responses will determine their next course of action. Well, one thing led to another, and I wasn't allowed to stay with my friends anymore. That's why I came here by myself. Why? What happened? I did something bad and ended up hurting the others. That's why I can't stay with them anymore. Upon hearing me say something bad, the girl took one step back. An astute decision. Were you forced out? No, I went away of my own free will. It was so light talk for me to say that. In fact, his words made me waver for a brief moment. I wanted to cling to those words, to selfishly feel like I had been forgiven. But it was pointless for me to stay. I don't belong there. I could never, ever forgive myself for doing the unforgivable thing, or for doing the unforgivable to them. That's why I had to leave. Can't go back anymore? No, I can't go back anymore. That's why I'm here. What about you? Were you being chased by something? After that, I could hear murmuring from behind the girl. They seemed to be discussing whether or not to reveal the answers. We can't go back either. Why not?
Because we broke our promise.
She sounded so very sad. I didn't know what the other Futurans looked like, having only seen the commanders. But it seemed like they felt sadness, the same way we did. What promise did you break? We were told not to go outside, but we all went anyway because we thought we'd be okay. But we got lost and ended up in an unfamiliar place. Monsters kept chasing us, and we got farther and farther away from home. And that was how you ended up here. I think she must have nodded. There were other people living on this planet besides the commanders and invaders. At the very least, these children probably had nothing to do with the war. Since they were being pursued, they were likely targets as well. They were targets even though they had no way of fighting back, unlike us. You don't know how to go back? No. There should be a map somewhere in this facility. If you can find it, you may be able to find a way back home. I wish I could help you look for it, but as you can see, I won't be very helpful in that department. So feel free to look for it yourselves. The children other than the girl in front of me immediately scattered about in all directions, likely taking my advice to look for the map. There had to be a map somewhere around, since maps were indispensable for warfare. They would surely find one if they split up. And once they did, they were likely to depart by tomorrow, leaving me alone here to wait for the end by myself. I heard a soft thud next to me, an indication that the girl in front had moved to sit down next to me. She was so close that I could touch her if I just stretched my hand out. Being way too trusting here, Missy. Or maybe she felt like I posed no danger because I couldn't see?
No chance of forgiveness.
Oh, you mean me? Yeah, aren't you sad you can't go back? It's too late for me. Why? Good question. Because the mistake I made was too big to be atoned for. Nobody will forgive me, that's why I can't go back. Okay. Started chomping down ravenously on an open can of food. Most likely, these children simply wanted to take a peek at what was going on outside, and had not planned to end up so far away from home. The possibility of that, or of not being able to make it back, would have never occurred to them. They broke their promise to the adults out of mere curiosity.
Maybe we won't be forgiven too.
I think you will, kid. You didn't cause the end of everything. She wondered out loud as she ate her food. Not being able to make it back home was not the only worry on these children's minds. They also feared that, like me, they wouldn't be allowed back into the fold again. I could immediately think of a number of encouraging statements I had gleaned from the books that I had read, but then I would be lying to them, something I was averse to doing to these children. However, that also meant that I now had nothing comforting to say to her, being someone unforgiven myself. In the end, I simply kept quiet, and she too said nothing more after that. When the children who had gone searching returned, they huddled back together. Their whispering voices eventually became softer and softer, till everyone fell asleep. With a hand on the bottom of my lap, I eventually drifted into slumber as well. And then I blew that shit up. Oh, still here. Uh-oh. Huh? I jolted awake when I felt my arm being tugged on. What happened? Come with us. The children were already awake, but something was clearly wrong. They were as panicked as they had been when they first came here. They pulled me outside, second to last Defense Academy. As I felt the wind on my skin, I could also smell the scent of blood mixed with it. Look there. Bruh. I felt her hand that had been pulling me along suddenly let go, as if she had forgotten that I was flying. Can you describe what's going on? The monsters are coming this way. I think they've realized there are people here. How many? Too many to count. Oh no. Some of the children were shouting while others were trying to calm themselves down. Some started crying and others got angry. Nobody had expected this to happen. They left their home without thinking too deeply about the consequences. It likely never crossed their minds that leaving was tantamount to breaking their promise. Now they regretted it. They wished they had never left. Now that they were facing the grim reality of death, they were starting to give up. They resigned themselves to the possibility that they might die without ever being forgiven. You find it? What? The way home. Yes, found a map. But there's no point. We still can't go back. Why not? Because of the monsters? Or because you might not be forgiven for breaking your promise? No answer. Perhaps there's a little bit of both. How about this? I'll hold those monsters back, and you guys run away once you find an opening. That isn't going to work. You can't fight. Hey, you give me too little credit. I'm actually pretty strong, and I even have a weapon. But you can't see. I'll make it work somehow. Anyway, can you do what I just said?
But we broke our promise. Everyone must be so mad at us.
The sound of rumbling and stomping became louder and louder even as we spoke. I didn't need to use my enhanced hearing to know this was clearly a large army. Not as many as the ones we faced in our defensive battles, but more than enough to cause a group of helpless children to despair. Time was quickly running out. I had to convince these children to flee right now. Listen, I won't say everything will be fine. Huh? That'd be really irresponsible of me, since I have no idea if you'll be forgiven for what you did. Instead, I'll tell you something I want you to remember. Words from the bottom of my heart. From a person whose life is based on made-up memories, goals, and grudges, feelings I hadn't been able to convey until now.
Forgiveness isn't something dispensed on the spot, but based on the actions you choose to take after the mistake. So the most important thing is, what will you do from now on?
No.
If you want forgiveness, work hard to gain it, instead of dwelling on your mistakes, while there's still time for you to redeem yourself.
What do we do from now on?
I took out my infuser and drove it into my chest. There were likely no commanders among the approaching swarm. I could take a group of minions myself. Now go.
But what about you?
I said go. I shouted at them angrily. The girl bolted at my command, and the other children quickly followed. Their little footsteps eventually faded into the distance. Good. As far away as you can. The strategy of mine, oh no, wouldn't work otherwise. The next thing I heard was heavy stomping, indicating the invaders were marching ever closer. I gripped my weapon tightly and waited for them to get close. They would be pleasantly surprised to find me here. It was quite likely they would prefer to hunt a planet invader like me over native children. The children wouldn't be pursued. They would be safe as long as I could keep the enemies here. Well, here's nothing. Yeah! You actually gonna fight? Nope. I could sense my clasped weapon tearing the enemy apart with that swing. Good. Let me follow that up with right, left, front, back. The invaders started attacking non-stop. Whenever I felt something hit my body, I would swing my weapon in that direction. It worked because it guaranteed I would hit something. I kept repeating this while moving around. However... Oh, man. This is a shame. I thought it would have lasted longer than this. I had underestimated the sheer force of their numbers. The school invaders lunged at me as one when I left myself open after an attack. My class armor protected me, but it had its limits. If my data had been removed from the Revival-Matic again, I would be killed for real if I continued fighting. But I couldn't let them kill me. They would continue chasing the children if they did. I had to take out every last invader here and now if I wanted the children to be safe. But why? Just my pride, I suppose. Even I had my pride. Ending an effective life by using it to protect someone else wasn't that bad of an idea. Although my efforts to gain forgiveness came a tad bit too late, I was still a former member of the Special Defense Unit. That said, I also knew I was fighting a losing battle. At my current strength, I couldn't fight this many enemies at once. I couldn't even be a proper bait or stall for time. Only one thing left to do then. A concerted attack knocked my class weapon out of my hand. Now you've done it. I was gonna say that. The invaders surrounded me, now defenseless, and started battering me with all their might. Excruciating pain rippled through my body, despite the protection of the class armor. I thought I might lose consciousness before death paid me a visit. The weight on top of me became heavier and heavier. More and more invaders were piling on me, so that they might kill me. That'll do. That'll do just fine.
It's time.
Oh, now you say that. Okay. I reached inside the bag I had been shielding with my body and touched the button that would detonate the bomb. Damn, man.
Huh?
The answer to your question is yes, that is indeed possible. But what would even be the point? Very well. I assume I get to choose which memories to implant. Even though all that does is deepen the emptiness in your heart, well, I certainly won't stop you if that is what you want. I would have preferred for you to become a proper war asset instead of whatever this is.
Yeah.
That is my honest opinion. I asked Sire for a favor back then. He took me to the infirmary and carried out the requested procedure. Memory manipulation. At first, I thought about asking him to erase all of my memories. Everything would be gone. Sadness, anger, remorse, everything. But it was only right for me to die as my own self. My own buggy, corrupted, and defective self. I was the burden I had to bear until the bitter end. So I made that selfish request. Her non-existent memories. Memories of me having a great time with everyone. While being aware of the duplicity of these memories, that they were all lies. Yet here I was right now, surrounded by the warmth and happiness that I felt back then.
Takumi. Everyone. It's unfortunate. I won't get to witness how things turn out for you. But I'm praying for your victory. No. Actually, I'm praying for your happiness. From the bottom of my heart.
You know what I'm gonna say about that one. Come on now. I didn't expect to get his POV like that. Not so soon at least. I like that one. More insight into his state of mind. I've been saying this whole time, but it really is a little difficult to judge these characters because their entire backstories, everything about them is been manipulated. But it'd be good. I think that's gotta be Goodbye Eito, right? Yeah, that's a Kodaku one. Gotta be the Goodbye Eito one. I like this song a lot. Here's the thing. You gotta compete with the Farewell Last Defense Academy ending. That's the best one right now. It was interesting to see his perspective. He was genuinely remorseful about this, even though he didn't have a choice in this matter. Nobody did. If anything, we should be blaming whoever made this plan, right? They had to make the plan. There's a lot of gray area in this game. I do like that a lot. I guess I'll skip. Goodbye Eito. Praying for your happiness. That's number 3. Hold on. Maybe we're doing this in the right order. I love to see this. Died on day 88. We got to see some non-commander futurins. That was cool. So they might be living in a similar complex like we are, or some kind of like underground shelter or whatever. They're far away from the fighting, clearly. But the planet is so big, it's like I'm a little confused. Where even are we on the planet? Like, geographically speaking, there's gotta be like countries, right? I mean, you saw the land masses on the planet. Okay, going down the line, I guess. So we abandon humanity. Oh boy, be rough. Ray's not gonna like this. Blah, 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 blah. The Zombie's not gonna like this either. humanity played us all for fools. They implanted fake memories and made us massacre this planet's people. They kept us in the dark and used us like weapons, making sure to keep their own hands clean. What humanity is doing is evil. And I refuse to continue fighting on their behalf. You're sure about this, Takumi? Yeah, I'm done with meaningless killing. It's time to graduate from being humanity's puppets. Sounds good to me. Behind you all the way, Takumi. Might mean the end for humanity, but karma's a bitch, right? You know, I still dream of my family sometimes, but those memories are all fake. Can't forgive them for messing with my mind. I'm sure the humans had their reasons. The way this whole thing went down, it makes me sick. I'm fed up. Done being a cog in their war machine. I agree. Kako and I have suffered too much already. Using us like disposable weapons is unacceptable any way you cut it. Yeah, I feel the same. I'm with you guys. What about you, Nozomi? Are you okay with betraying your kind? Yeah. Oh, wow. Sticking with you. I'm just as angry at humanity as you are.
Yeah.
So, that's your decision. Yes, we won't submit ourselves to the humans any longer. It's our choice to make. The first real choice we've made in our entire lives. We decided to trust our own judgment, even if it meant turning our backs on the humans on the artificial satellite. That's it then. I'll respect your decision. After all, continuing this war against your will would be impossible. The project to transplant humans onto another planet is officially suspended as of now. Humanity's fate is sealed. Don't look so remorseful. I must say that I'm touched by your determination. How is it that you were able to cultivate such conviction when you were born less than 80 days ago? In a way, I suppose that belief is proof of how much you've grown here at Last Defense Academy. Right. I hadn't expected Sirei to agree to our decision so easily. He wasn't just a cold and heartless robot after all. There is warm affection for us somewhere deep in his circuits.
Yeah.
That said, I must activate your self-destruct devices now. Huh? What was all that crap about respecting our wishes then? This is an automatic failsafe to ensure humanity's safety. You will all be executed as rebels. Swiftly destroying me will not work. Detonating device has been improved. It is much faster than it was before. Could have known better than to believe anything Sirei said. He literally lives for humanity. There's no way he would accept our decision without a fight. Is this the end? For a moment, I really thought it was, but then things happening. Tommy's right. Didn't seem like anything was happening. What's going on? I expected you would try to kill us, but it still caught me by surprise. The good thing I thought ahead and destroyed the detonation transmitter in the war. Of course, blocking the signal to the detonation protocol would prevent it from activating. But when did you... While you were all struggling over your moral dilemma, I've actually been getting some work done, night after night. It wasn't easy, but I'd say the results speak for themselves, wouldn't you? Like I said, I knew Sirei would try to blow us up. A rebellious soldier is destined for the guillotine. That's how an army works. A rational decision for a commanding officer to make in order to preserve discipline. It makes me sick, but it makes total sense. As for what comes next, would you do the honors, Takumi? You needn't have asked. I took out my infuser. It would be easy to destroy Sirei here and now using my hemo anima. What I needed now wasn't power, but determination. The determination to not look back after killing Sirei.
Yeah.
No need to hesitate, Sumino. You've earned the rights. I apologize for the terrible things I've done. This is where the evil commander makes his graceful exit. Swing your sword and cut your puppet strings.
Do it. Assert your freedom as a real, independent human being.
I summon my class armor and step forward with my sword in hand. Then I cut my enemy down. I sliced him clean in two. Sirei's remains fell to the floor and lay there motionlessly. Now there really was no turning back. Goodbye forever, Sirei. You've done your job. Now rest well. Thank you for talking to me, for giving me a sense of self. Shion knelt down next to Sirei's remains and quietly offered up a prayer. I had no idea what to say. After all, Sirei was almost like a parent to Shion. And yet, I killed Sirei before his very eyes. You don't have to grimace like that. I think this is for the best. Now you're all free. Nothing could make me happier than that. Yeah, you got away with words, you know that? Such commendable spirit. I think I might cry. What's the big deal? Just cry if you need to. At any rate, talk to me. What should I do now? When should I join Sirei in his rest? I knew we wouldn't have much time left with Shion now that we'd chosen this path. If Shion survived to day 100, the omnidirectional attack would reduce the surface of this planet to ash. But even so, please, keep living for as long as possible. We still need the Wall of Fire. And more importantly, your family. However much time you have left, I want us to spend it together. We couldn't be together with Shion through to day 100. There was no guarantees the others would survive until then either. So it was all the more important to cherish each moment we could still spend together. And if the smiles on everyone's faces were to be believed, they all felt the same. We turned into humanity's public enemy number one, but we had each other, family we could trust. So I knew we would be alright. We'd do this together. As long as we stayed the course, we would eventually seize the happy ending we had all been looking for. Yay! Now what? Now, like actually though, now what? What do we do?
Get ready! By the way, 78 is a special number.
I don't know what he means by this.
Try and figure out for yourselves what makes it special. Prepare to spend another... Be ready to give your life.
Even with Siri gone, his announcements keep playing. Of course, they're recordings. Started to wonder if I'd made a mistake. As usual, when left alone, I ended up overthinking. How do I mean, sorry. Tell me. Eito! Morning, damn it, Dad. Why aren't you in your cage? Didn't I tell you? I figured out how to escape that thing a long time ago. I rang the doorbell like a good boy. I wouldn't have done that if I was planning to attack you. Did you really think I trust someone who nonchalantly broke out of jail like that? Whatever. What do you want? Yes, about that. I'd like to ask you to consider letting me rejoin the team. You've got to be kidding. Look, I abhor humanity, and you guys have just decided to go against them. That means we now have a common enemy, and it's only natural that we team up. The enemy of an enemy is a friend and all that jazz, right? We may have turned against humanity, but we're not about to try and pick a fight with the satellite. This isn't about getting revenge. We just want to stop this planet from being invaded. I know that. I wasn't thinking about attacking the artificial satellite either. We'll look for our own path without abetting the humans. That's a good compromise, don't you think? Being uncharacteristically reasonable, what are you scheming? Oh, suspicion, thy name is Takumi. Is it really that hard to trust me? Think about what you've done and ask me again. Alright, I admit I might have given you guys a little too much trouble here and there. And it would seem like I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too by asking you to let a traitor like me back onto the team now. That's why I came bearing a gift. What, a remote? It's the detonator for the bomb in my body. Press that button and you'll blow me to smithereens. What? Does giving this to you make you trust me more? Can you sense my resolve, my repentance? This is too much. I thought you hated us. I do. You're also ugly. But yesterday, I saw you cut off ties with those foolish humans of your own free will. You refused to help with the invasion any further. You chose to protect the people of this planet. That was beautiful. So beautiful, I almost wept. It made me want to fight by your side. That's all there is to it. I swear. Eito Otsuki, a traitor who infiltrated the Special Defense Unit and acted like an angel of death, driving us toward annihilation. In the previous 100 days, he sabotaged our entire mission and messed everything up. He couldn't be trusted. I would never allow him into my confidence. Confidence? That had been my decision, but the Eito before me now. Alright. Oh, we don't even get a choice. I'm going to trust you one last time. Wait, what? That was all it took for you to trust me again? How did a monster as ugly as you come to have such a heart of gold? Who's the real monster here, traitor? Honestly, you terrify me even now. Still, we have no right to call you a traitor now that we've turned against humanity ourselves. We were born the same way and now stand in the same position. What's more, we now share the same feelings. I think all that's reason enough to call you an ally.
This might be the first time in my life I'm going to say this and actually mean it, but thank you.
He gingerly held out his hand to me. I took it and gave it a squeeze. After that, I went around knocking on everyone's doors to tell them Eito was back on the team. Needless to say, there was some resistance. Some voiced their protests, while others simply admitted they were afraid of him. I didn't blame anyone for their reactions, considering what Eito had already done. We still had a long way to go before he could be officially recognized as a member of the Special Defense Unit again. But it would happen one day, I was sure of it. After all, we were all comrades, born and raised in the same world. Yippee! Now we have to have a goal here because we don't have one.
Up and at 'em, troops! Get prepared. Be ready to get.
Yup. Go, cafeteria, my favorite place in the world. Love being here.
Oh. Oh.
Haha.
What is happening?
Huh?
It's been a day. When did you guys get so friendly with each other? It's not about getting friendly. It's about no longer having a reason to antagonize each other. We've all decided to go against humanity. Working together is only practical. Yes, we've had our differences in the past, but we're in no position to be nursing grudges right now. I am truly grateful to you for accepting a traitor like me back into the fold. I'll be honest though, becoming part of a team full of such repulsive beings still fills me with horror even now. I'm not crazy about that whole you look and sound repulsive shtick, but hey, take all the help we can get. Okay.
Huh?
Nozomi. I've made my choice. I'm not going back to the Tokyo residential complex. It's not right to drive the people of this planet to extinction just so humanity can survive. I have to follow my heart. And my heart's telling me to follow you guys to the ends of the universe. Okay? We're siblings. We're family. Yes, we are literally a family. Our genetic makeup is biologically similar after all. That must be why your presences are so reassuring to me. One would normally view this as a hopeless situation, and yet I feel no despair. How did I become such an optimist? Until he makes you stronger, our bond with each other is so much stronger than it used to be. But we can't stay here enjoying family time forever. We have to decide how we're going to live our lives from now on. Yes, we won't last very long by holding up in school like this. The wall of fire will disappear soon. Let's look for another place we can use as a base. The sooner the better, otherwise we'll be dropping dead before we even know it. You can find a suitable abandoned building. I can fix the equipment inside. I vote for a place that no one ever goes to. I really don't want to fight anymore. The plan is to lie low together. Sounds like some sort of secret society. I like the sound of that. I'll be security. I'll put my body on the line to keep everyone away from our secret place and protect all of you. And I'll be bait. Throw me out to the enemies the moment you see any coming. Lying low together at a new base. It did seem like the only viable option if we want to avoid fighting. But was this really the best choice? Was it really possible for us to live happily while having to watch our every move? Everyone was deep in thought about our future plans when... Can't we live with the futurans? Zomi made an unexpected proposal. Living together with them, as in make peace with the aliens on this planet? Yes, we got through to Ava, so I think we could reach some kind of understanding with the others as well. Ava treated even Nigo's remains with respect. It's clear she was a kind-hearted person who loved deeply. Wait, did Shoma kill? Hold on. See, now I'm already getting confused. Shoma kills...
Huh?
So naive or vile wicked invaders. In her guts. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. I have an idea. Here we go. We cannot avoid coming into contact with the Futurans if we intend to lay down roots on this planet. Peace won't come easy, but maybe there will be a catalyst that will lead us to burying the hatchet one day. Yes. Reconciliation with me is proof that it's not entirely impossible for the same to happen between us and the Futurans. So now it's a battle of wills. That's the kind of match I'm looking for. Mirror culture and technology.
Oh. Huh?
Hey, we're gonna try and live with them, apparently. Going beyond the wall of flames to try to make contact with the future. Find a way to live peacefully on this planet. One way or another. But honestly though, what is stopping them from making another batch of Special Defense Unit members? Like, do they not have the means to make more already? Or what? I guess they would need another Shion too. Yeah, Shion is the whole operation hinges on him. Never mind. Makes sense. Wait, exploring. Hey. Hooray. What the hell do I even do at this point? Oh my god. Actually though, what the hell what do I do? Got some BP. Give me an upgrade. Go. Maxed out. I have 10 PP. Next up, I'm gonna start maxing out Hiriko and Ito. They're my favorites. I love them. And then I guess we'll just go down the line. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. Hiriko and then Ito. Gotta get more BP. On what stats am I missing again? I think it's only social studies and gym. Yes, that is true. You have anybody that excels in either of those two things? Taco. Alright. Taco kind of day. Taco night, if you will. Okay, that did nothing. Maybe I should just read instead. I keep flip-flopping between the two.
You never know. Well then.
Is it? Two more days. Joy. Oh, joy. Oh, no, it's just gonna skip him. Okay. Never mind.
Up and at 'em, troops! Get ready. Prepare to spend. Be ready to give your.
Future without war. Is everybody ready? As ready as I'll ever be. So staying back will defend the school while we're gone. So let's do our best out there. Hear that, Fusalians? Coming for you.
Oh.
Futurans, not Fusalians. This is football. So we'll find the path to a future with no war. Yes, I'm confident we can get through to them. There's no reason for us to be fighting at all. The pathway to peace is out there, guys. Let's go find those Futurans. In the end, we decided that Hideko, Eito, and Nozomi would take point while the rest of us brought up the rear. Right. Oh boy. Woo! I thought they were like really far removed from the war. I don't think they're gonna be within walking distance.
I'll take this with me.
Say when.
My boy's maxed out.
Take that! Good to go. Ha! All right, let's do this. Take that! Got it!
We better get moving.
You're in the way!
All well and good. I'm ready whenever.
Ha!
Got it. No yes, leave it to me.
Here we go!
I'll take this with me.
My turn. Ha! All right.
I guess it's my turn.
You're in the way.
Got it. I'm ready whenever.
Ha!
Yes, leave it to me. Allow me to trim down their numbers. I'll take this with me.
Come on, mama.
I'll take this with me.
Alright, here we are. Look around for the Futurans. I don't know if I'm even saying that right. Is it Futurins or Future? I don't know. Leave no stone unturned. We'll capture the first Futuran we see. Optics people. We're capturing them spell for our bid for peace, Our spirits high, we started scouring the area zealously. Except... Takemoto had to move from where he was standing. Matter, Takemoto. Find something? No, just thinking about how these buildings look just like those in the Tokyo residential complex. Yes, the resemblance is uncanny. I still find it hard to believe this is a completely different planet. Why bring this up?
Huh.
Since it's similar, the people who lived here must have been similar to us, right? Men and women, young and old, people just like us. Humanity were the ones who wiped the smiles off their faces. Thinking about it gets me all worked up for some reason. You're right. Humanity destroyed it all. People, buildings, vehicles. There may have been a pro wrestling ring somewhere in this. I'm just gonna stop reading what she says. Sorry, Moko fans. Life and culture has been brutally uprooted and destroyed. War is truly the epitome of foolishness. Humanity is beyond salvation. Extinction is the only fitting end, perhaps. Can't help but agree when I look at this desolation of this town. But there's no need for us to go down with mankind. We've outgrown them. So we'll pursue the path of peace instead. Yes, it's a path that will ensure we never repeat the mistakes that humans made. The path of coexistence with the people of this planet. I thought Takebari was like onto something when he was like, "Oh, the buildings are pretty similar to the Tokyo residential complex." That is a good point. Why is this planet so similar to our culture, our architecture, and all that shit? I couldn't tell you. I'm just gonna assume it's some kind of parallel world bullshit, some Uchikoshi shit. We walked around the rubble, carefully searching for traces of a future and present. About 2 hours after we had begun. Guys, look at this. Tsubasa pointed to a spot in the ground where the remains of a campfire could be seen.
Oh.
Fresh. The fire's only just been put out. I doubt school invaders have enough intelligence to light a match, so this must be the work of people. There must be Futurians nearby then. Well done, Tsubasa. You've made the discovery of a lifetime. Ah, you're making me blush. Look around this area. We may, well, find the Futurians today. But things didn't go as smoothly as we had hoped. Searched until sundown, but found no other clues that could lead us to the future. In the end, we had to stop for the night and continue searching again the next day. And we're gonna do it again tomorrow, and it's not gonna work. And then we're gonna do it again the next day, and it's not gonna work. And then the fourth day, maybe it might work.
It's time to hit the hay.
Maybe it won't.
You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
You have a minute? Shion, are you feeling okay? Yes, I'm much better now. Rest assured that I'll protect all of you until day 100, no matter what. But let's not talk about that. Can you tell me more about the outside world? How did the exploration go? Did you meet any Futurians? Unfortunately not. We found traces of some people left behind, but couldn't find who left them no matter how hard we looked. They must be wary of us, so they may well be in hiding. I mean, I don't blame them. Humanity has done nothing but terrible things to the people of this planet. And honestly, I'm just as terrified as they are. Just the thought that they might attack us instead of listening to us fills me with dread. But what? Truth be told, I'm also a little excited. If we can make peace with the Futurians, we'll be opening up a new paths no one's ever taken before. That thought alone moves me to want to try harder. And if anyone can make peace with them, it's you, Takumi. You're able to make friends with a strange being like me, after all. You can do that. I'm sure you can reach an understanding with this planet's people, too. Feels weird to be trying so hard to negotiate with the Futurians when we just cut ties with humanity. Who knows? Maybe someday you'll be able to open up dialogue with humanity. Yeah, that would be nice. No way. While we were talking, I had started to get really sleepy. Perhaps it was because of the gentle glow of Shion's flames right next to me. That night, I slept like a log.
Get ready for... Prepare to spend another day. Be ready to give your life.
Hey, we're not gonna find him. We're not gonna find him.
as well take it.
Ooh, look at what I found!
We did it.
I'm not tired. Not at all. What would I be? Just just now? The wind, you mean? No, I definitely heard something over there. Wait, don't go running off by yourself. It's dangerous. We all ran after Moko as she dashed toward the source of the sound. They were very close to second to last Defense Academy. If there are Futurans living here. Like, I wonder why that's the case. Why they're all so close to it.
Might as well take it.
Isn't this not also like a war zone?
Just ring that bell!
Just ring that bell.
Let's go.
No idea.
Ready when you are! Shifting gears! I owe you big! It's my turn!
I'll go Mania.
Bring it on! And stay down! Pulverize them! Just ring that bell! Boom! Moko wins again!
Let's do this.
Take this! Ready when you are. There! Got it! Let's go! Here! All right!
Hauling ass!
Ah!
Full throttle! Rev it up! I'm all fired up! Hauling ass! Mwah!
Ooh, look at what I found!
Oh, I didn't mean to pick that. Oh, whatever.
Might as well take it.
Look, over there. Oh.
A child?
This is bad. Those invaders are gonna kill that brat.
But why would they attack one of their own?
This ain't no time to think about that. Save the kid now. Ask questions later.
This is our chance to speak to a real Futuran. We can't let it go to waste.
That's what I see.
Let's do this, everyone.
Oh, I think okay. Problem was, run away. Would you like some? Never take candy from a stranger, kids. Don't do it. Chocolate? Yes, it's a symbol of friendship. We would like to make friends with you. Go on, take it, you little animal. Stood in silence, hoping and praying. Okay. The bright little child finally tore open the chocolate, began eating voraciously. They made short work of it. It was clear the child was really truly hungry. Their skinny body said as much. Slow down, the chocolate's not going anywhere. Here, we've got water too.
Yeah!
We've got plenty more right here. Would you like seconds? You don't have to be so afraid. We're on your side. You know, we really do just want to talk. What about you? Want to talk with us? No? What the fuck are you guys? The maiden says not to talk to the children of the stars. Children of the stars.
Ah,
That must be what they call us. From the Futuran's perspective, we're aliens that have come down from the sky. Maybe you can tell the maiden about us and we can talk to her instead? We want to stop the fighting and find a way to live peacefully here on Futuran. It was a gamble. That maiden the child spoke of could be a subordinate of Veshnes. We couldn't let this chance slip by. We had to try, no matter how risky it seemed. Here, take this with you. Messenger arrow. Shoot this into the wall of fire and we'll come meet you again. Friend. Oh, we got one. Days passed.
Get prepared. Be ready to give your...
Huh?
Yeah, Ben. Urgency. Go.
Huh. Ah.
That's the Futuran's messenger. A lot like you guys to me. Is that the maiden? She's the child. Hi. Thank you for coming. My name is Takumi Sumino. This is Eito Atsuki and Nozomi Kirufuji.
So you are Takumi Sumino. I have heard of you.
He's heard how? For over 80 days now, you have laid waste to Futuram's greatest heroes. Naturally, your identities have been ascertained and given to the populace at large. We also know that you are not true children of the stars, but creations made using divine blood. What the fuck? How do they know this much? Divine blood? Do you mean the cryptoglobin running in our veins? Indeed, divine blood is a sign one has been chosen by God. Only those who are worthy are permitted to use it. Yet your people stole it from us, and you yourselves have drunk deep of the blood of our heroes. For you to reach out to us after everything that you've done, naturally, I couldn't help but be curious. Hey, so you guys have been wondering about us too. Was it really wise to accept our invitation so easily? Wouldn't it be marked by Veshnes for contacting us without letting her know? She already has us marked. You have been opposing that woman for quite some time. Opposing? You mean you're fighting her? Hi. Oh no. Rose smiled wryly. As you well know, Veshnes is a hero. Even among the other chosen ones, she stands alone. We ordinary citizens could never best her in battle. That doesn't mean we obey her every whim either. Just what is Veshnes to you? Isn't she your leader? Or like a dictator? But make no mistake, that too is something your people have wrought.
The children of the stars have been waging war on our planet since long before your fiery fortress arrived. Our self-defense focused military was ill-suited to dealing with such a threat. Across all our known history, we have only fought 12 major wars. This is our 13th. For a long time, Futuram had no standing army at all. Those chosen by divine blood were treated as royalty, and our civilization flourished under their harmonious rule. But the children of the stars unleashed new and terrible threats on our planet. Air raids, firebombing, chemical weapons, biological warfare. They visited death and destruction on our people like never before. You've seen the results for yourselves.
Must mean all the ruined towns and buildings outside the school.
Just when all hope seemed lost, Veshness appeared. With her divine blood, we were finally able to offer some real resistance. She united the other chosen under her command and became the hope of all Futurum, showing us the way forward. Having won several victories for the Sovereign Army, she assumed the position of Guardian of the Boxes of Blessings. She was a hero, a living legend. We welcomed her as our leader.
It was the second phase of this war that transformed our hero into a tyrant. To supplement our army's power, Veshness used captured children of the stars to create the monsters you call invaders. But she didn't stop there. She rounded up dissenters, political rivals, peaceful protesters. Any who opposed her were also mutated into those grotesque creatures. That is the true nature of the ground troops you have been mowing down throughout Futurum's 13th war. You did that to the Futurans? To her own people? How impulsive. Doing like that is no better than the humans. That is why we formed the Rebellion. We operate in secret, in hopes of someday stopping Veshness.
My name is Commune. I am the Rebellion's leader, and its sole possessor of divine blood.
Blessed though I am, my ability, divine wisdom, is little help on the front lines. Without warriors like yourselves, deposing Veshness is nothing but a fantasy. You have a choice to make, children of the stars. You have cut ties with the people of your home planet, yet you also refuse to yield to Veshness.
Will you not join us, that we may defeat her together?
Naturally, we do not expect your help for nothing in return. We can guarantee you a peaceful life on this planet when the war is over. We will welcome you as comrades and ensure that your needs are met. Give us your strength, and we shall give you a life worth living. Now, what say you? Okay.
Why not, right? Why would we not do this?
I say yes. Join the rebellion. Okay.
I see. So that's how things stand.
What's his name?
Commander? How did he get here? Why didn't the alarm go off?
This is certainly a surprise. Weren't we supposed to have killed them all already?
What?
It's my first time on the battlefield in a while. I didn't expect to see you here, young insurgent.
Why am I on the ground?
Delshaw, your presence here is troubling.
I don't much care for that woman either, Commune. But what you're doing is a betrayal of your people. Plain and simple. I cannot turn a blind eye. My warrior's pride forbids it. As for you, children of the stars, prepare yourselves for battle. I have no wish to win by catching you off guard.
My rebels will deal with his troops. You concentrate on Delshaw. But do not underestimate him. This man is a champion among champions, a hero among heroes.
Got it. Thanks.
What? I thought she said they didn't fight. What do you mean her rebels? Okay, so we're gonna fight this guy again.
God of the planet.
Gonna beat her ass?
Hear my plea and lend me thy strength. Blood of my bond, release! I'm an old-fashioned man. I need to fight someone to understand what they're about. Come, take up your arms. Show me just who you really are.
Oh my god, he looks just like the first commander we fought. How is that possible?
Who in the world scheduled us to take him on? You sure you don't know him, Takumi?
Yeah. I never saw him during the previous 100 days.
Doesn't he look like the commander we saw at the very start?
You're right. Maybe the enemy is running out of original designs.
Never mind what he looks like. Just get ready. It's fight or die.
Don't get intimidated, guys. If he bleeds, we can kill him.
You said someone looked like me. Did you mean Wolverine? It's only natural we look alike. He carries my blood after all. He was my son.
Your son?
That woman forced him to become a warrior. She sent him to an early grave. True, she was only following the law, but I'll still not forgive her for that.
Wait, if you hate Vashnas that much, there's no need for us to fight.
None of this would have happened if your people had not invaded our planet in the first place. Now, show me your power. Prove that my son did not die a meaningless death.
Here's the thing, I could actually kill him, it's possible. If you completed an identical battle in the previous route, you can skip the fight and simply watch the event play out. Okay, I get that makes sense.
Impressive. Against anyone else, you would surely have triumphed. It's no wonder the rebels hold you in such high regard. Your power is formidable.
Damn, this guy's good. Our attacks are barely scratching him.
My body is unyielding. My spirit unbreakable. Even against 1,000 foes, I will not falter. Show me what you're really made of, children of the stars. Is this what our heroes died for?
That's enough, Dalshaw!
What?
Not the commander with an arrow from the sidelines. It was the rebel leader. Commune. The arrow caused Dao Sha to experience a sudden dramatic change to his body.
Seems it is I who underestimated you.
I get this right. This game is bugged. Hey, he de-transformed. What's going on here? This is my ability, Divine Wisdom. You look taller now. I've analyzed your cryptoglobin and found its weakness. Al-Shaw? You've managed to forcibly undo my transformation. So this is the rebellion's secret weapon. You leave me no choice. We will finish this some another time. Light faded. Dao Shaw was gone. Whether he'd run away from us or decide to spare us, it was our talk. Close one. We could have lasted against him much longer. Sounded like he was planning to come back, but for now, I think we can say the battle's over. Once again, I am so grateful that you'll fight alongside us. I am sure that together, we can create a better future. Alas, it would be impractical to move the entire rebel army here. What would you say to me remaining here and acting as a liaison between the two groups? Sounds like a good idea. We'd be happy to have you, Kamui. So, Futurin was welcomed into Last Defense Academy as a companion. Okay.
Get ready. Prepare to be ready to give your...
You want to talk to me with like some squid skewers and blueberry sauce? No. What about sea cucumber with banana? I call it sea cuki bananash. What kind of crazy name is that? Is it Futurin or something? Oh, just a bunch of nonsense sounds. Did you just laugh, Miss Commune? No need for honorifics, please. Just Commune will do. And yes, I did laugh. I find your dining customs pleasant and lively. Watching you crack jokes warms my heart. But most of all, this food is delicious. I can't remember the last time I had a meal this lavish. I feel guilty when I think about my fellow rebels out there eating plain ramen. Wait, you have ramen here on Futurum? We have ramen and curry as well. We even have soy sauce and miso. It appears our cultures share more in common than I imagined. Perhaps that's the reason why you all feel so familiar to me already. The Academy feels like being surrounded by old friends. Stay here forever. Also, call me Nozomi. Very well. I hope to stay as long as I can, Nozomi. I took Commune one night to fit in here. Everyone seemed to be curious about the Futurum culture, peppering Commune with question after question. It seemed we succeeded in forging a peaceful relationship with the Futurans. But it's nice that we're all getting along now, but we have more urgent matters to discuss. We need to come up with a plan for when that Commander Dalshaw comes back. Yes, that commander seemed impervious to our attacks. Thought Veshness was bad enough. The hell's up with that geezer? Commune, who is Dalshaw? He was the previous leader before Veshness. Why is she taller? I feel like she's changing her height. He was the previous leader before Veshness. He garnered a lot of respect with his overwhelming power and noble spirit. He is one of the most renowned warriors on the planet. After being defeated by Veshness, he was imprisoned underground. Evidently, they released him for this war. In other words, he's a real strong general. That explains it. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest warrior there is. He has only lost once in his life, and nobody besides Veshness has been able to even scratch him. I thought he had some strong defenses, but not to this level. I guess in that case, the best offense is a good defense. Dang it, don't add another boss at the last stage. What kind of BS game is this? You're not. With your special defense unit and our rebellion joining forces, there isn't a single enemy that could stand against them. After overcoming our differences and reaching a mutual understanding, the gods of this planet will surely offer us their protection. Our path leads to a world full of laughter and peace. So let us all rejoice and make merriment. We cannot see the bright future with a dour face and heart full of despair. Commune. Feel my anxiety leaving my body as I look at her beaming smile. I could see why she's their leader. You're right. We'll lose winnable fights if we feel dejected from the get-go. Let's usher in a bright future together. Let's fight Dalshaw and Veshness with hope in our hearts. Yes, precisely. With a dream and determination, one can face anything. I know. Why don't we all share your dreams? Or why don't you all share your dreams with me? I mean, I don't know if I call it a dream, but if the war's over, I want to work as a construction worker. I'm gonna rebuild everything humanity tore down and build homes where brats and geezers can live peacefully. And I'll fix all the machines of this planet. And someday I'll make planes and cars and eventually a whole transportation infrastructure. I'm gonna start with a wrestling league. I'll inspire everyone with my toughness. I'll be Futurum's greatest wrestler. I don't know what I want to do yet. I want to survive this war in order to find my calling. And I want to support whatever Kako wants to do. I want to build a school. I want to build a place where the children harmed by this war can study in safety. And I'll cook the lunches for that school. I'm used to taking care of kids, even though they're all fake memories. Yeah, I'll be the school nurse then. I'm so over killing at this point, although that's a fake memory too. You're also repulsive sharing your dreams with each other. So I'll say my dream is to write a book on how pathetic and repulsive your lives are. So we all shared our post-war dreams. Everyone's expressions started becoming warmer and warmer. We needed dreams to face hardship. What show am I gonna do? He didn't say anything. We're here to go. We need to face hardship. He was right. Then Xion! A ghost! We don't need to be scared, Commune. Xion's one of us. He's turned down a notch. Well, not that I can blame you. Guess that proves that Commune really is still a kid.
Hey!
Been a while, Shion. Feeling okay? Feeling better, thanks. As I was listening to you all share your dreams for the future, I felt a surge of strength inside me. While my life will end in just a few days, we'll all get to continue on into the future. Once I was able to process that, I realized what my role should be. Role? My role will be to get you there. So a world with no more war. So we all resolved to fight for our dreams. Over the next 3 days, we carefully prepared for the coming fight against Dalcha. Gonna fight him with the power of friendship? Okay. Poison bomb this time? Poison trap? I guess Commune can just like de-transform him. We just beat his ass at that point. What is going on? We are skipping all the days.
Up and at 'em, troops! Overcome these last few days. The goal is right. A new era will. Okay, let's get.
Is it Commune? Does she want to commune with me? No, it's not. Good time to talk? Sure, but why? Is it urgent? I know it's sudden, but we're throwing a welcome party for Commune. It's been like 5 days. Would you come join us? When did you have the time to organize a welcome party? We wanted to surprise everyone, so a few of us have been working on it for a while in secret. Yaku's the one who led the project, by the way. Wouldn't you say? Did? Come to think of it, I guess he did do something like that last time. Nice if you could use that assertiveness in other areas. Of course I'll be there. It's good to let out some steam once in a while. Okay, we'll be waiting for you in the gym. Everyone else is already there. Maybe I should drop in and see what cooked up. Festival again? Yep.
Huh?
Wow. Pretty sweet, huh? Took a lot of work, but it was worth it. And how come you don't look surprised, though? I mean, it's not that I'm not. Don't tell me you already did this in a previous timeline. Dang it, I was hoping for a bigger reaction. Come on, be excited, thrilled, happy. Give me something. We don't have that much time left here, so we gotta make more fun memories while we can. Kaku. Make more memories, huh? I feel that. We were all created from fake memories, but the time we have now is real, isn't it? Oh, hold on. Who put this period after the question mark? That's not grammatically correct. How would you do such a thing? How could you? We're right here, Takumi. While all the memories from the Tokyo residential complex were fake, the time spent together at this school was and is real. It's all we've got, so let's try and enjoy it. Yeah, let's enjoy it while we can. He was right, Takumi. You're allowed to smile. We've been at war for many years. Until not so very long ago, I regarded you as our enemies. But your misery will not undo the depths of those we hold dear. Likewise, making the people of Futurum suffer would not bring back the precious friends you have lost. That being the case, all we can do is move past it and smile. Forget our past conflicts and smile with our former enemies to bring joy back into the world. That's the kind of future we vowed to forge together and achieve. Bring joy back to the world. That's fucking beautiful. We have to smile. Come on, you too, Shion. Smile. I'll rain down happiness in the world with my smiling performance. Smile. Okay, but your smiles are scary. Yay, so happy. You all have such disgusting smiles. Makes me want to destroy them. You're smiling too. If you want to be included, just say so. Now that everyone's smiling, let's kick off this festival. I need everyone to take turns helping with these stalls. So our own little private festival started.
This yakisoba is delicious! And it goes so well with the apricot candy.
Don't eat those together! All right! I'm gonna whip us up a giant batch of chitin yaki! Don't underestimate a wrestler's stamina!
Chitin yaki? What an interesting name. We call them discus cakes.
Never heard that one before. My family used to call them imagawa yaki. You have them on this planet too, huh?
Yes. The flavor of our adzuki bean paste is not quite the same, but still, it's almost as if our worlds are related somehow.
They keep hammering that in. I wonder if it means something.
Our food, our architecture, our cultures are so alike. It feels like meeting old friends in an unfamiliar place.
Can't be like the future or something, right?
If this were a sci-fi novel, it would probably turn out both species share a common ancestor.
Want me to dissect someone in check?
We've turned our backs on Earth. It's no use thinking about the past now.
Yes, we should focus on this planet and our future here.
Buried our sadness and worries with our smiles and enjoyed the festival fully. We wanted to make the best memories possible from the precious, fleeting moments we still had. There's something I must tell you all. What is it, Commune? You remember a woman named... Yeah, we killed her ass. Yeah, we do. None of us could possibly forget her. We captured her, and then we killed her.
I see. I suspected as much. Ava was my mother.
What? Mother? Oh, not biologically. She was technically my aunt. Okay. She took me in and raised me after I lost both my parents. We killed the woman who raised me. He's ripped me right from him. Yeah, it was him. It was all him. Kill him. Come on, step up. I'm just kidding. Stop, Shoma. It wasn't all on you. We're all responsible. Yeah, Takumi made the call. Blame him. I'm sorry, you must have been sad when your mom was killed. I don't know how we can make it up to you, but you can beat on me till you're satisfied. There is no need to apologize. I'm not interested in retribution. As I said, your misery will not bring back the dead. I did not bring up my mother's name to blame or accuse you. It was to forgive you. I came to this school to forgive you all. Can you really forgive us? We took your mother captive and cruelly killed. We brainwashed her too. I'd never be able to forgive us. Perhaps I would not be able to forgive you if you were treacherous and heinous people. But I learned from spending all this time with you that you are neither demons nor evil. You are humans who care about each other, warm and kind. What you did to my mother can be blamed on the times, an unfortunate misunderstanding. But that can't be enough for you. Don't you hate us? At times I felt hatred, but I no longer hold that in my heart. Hatred does not simply disappear, it must be deliberately severed. Once you cut off that hatred, you become able to join hands with your former enemies. Then you'll begin to see a new world where tears are a thing of the past. So worry not over my mother. Hate and grief will end with us. You must strike down the incarnation of hatred that is Veshness, and put an end to this war once and for all. That she would put aside her grudge for a peaceful future. What a noble and gallant spirit. Is it really okay to make someone like her cry? And bring her sadness? Of course not. Okay, leave it to us, Commune. We'll strike down Veshness and end this war. Create a world free of tears.
Hey!
Fucking do it! I'm not letting anyone hurt Commune ever again. She's our little baby. You're so noble and honorable. I feel like I could make an effort for someone like you. You've stoked a fire in my heart. I've never felt this way before. I will give this fight my all, for you and for Ava. Let's do this, Commune. I know we can stop this war if we work together. Okay. I feel like this is like going way too smoothly. Before the morning announcement, just as the sun began to peek over the horizon,
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Let me attack. Dosh is back. Dosh is back. My rebels are already fighting his troops beyond the wall. The alarm went off this time. That means there must be a lot of them, right? The intention must be a full frontal assault. It's going to make things even harder for us. You can bring as many friends as you want. We'll still beat him fair and square. Actually looking forward to killing this guy. You know, you bastards. That's the spirit. If they dare attack us head on, then we will rise to meet them. I will handle Dasha's invincible defense. I have already completed analyzing the power. Fighting with you too. Use my power if you need to. That's right. We're all in this together. We won't let Vashnis get her way. Defensive battle initiate. Gotta skip this one too? Might be. I was hoping they'd be a little bit different, like the battles. They play out differently. Oh wait, no. Titan?
God of the planet, hear my plea and lend me thy strength. Blood of my bond release!
Yeah, fighting.
It is I, the paragon of warfare, Dalshah! I have come! Let us begin. Come and prepare to die.
Whoa! Look at all these invaders! Are the rebels taking a nap or what?
It must be too many for them to handle on their own. The enemy are really pulling out all the stops.
We just gotta take them all down, same as always. Let's do this.
I will provide a solution to Dalshah's defenses. Try to hold out until then.
Understood. Roger. Okay. Never mind.
It's time! Take this, old man! It worked, everyone! A direct hit! Oh my god!
This again? I suppose I should expect no less from the Maiden Sage. You are a most vexing foe, Commune.
It won't take effect right away. Take out the ground troops in the meantime.
Alright, let's show.
Splendid. You finally found a cause to fight for, just like me. That's as it should be. Two sides, fighting with all their might for what they believe in.
We won't be a part of humanity's foolhardy invasion. But we don't agree with the way you do things either.
That's more like it. Now, no more words. Clashing steel and spilling blood. That's how we'll prove which cause is more just. Death awaits you if you falter. Show me the limits of your so-called immortality.
Terrible timing. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
matter how many times we die, we'll keep coming back. That's because we've decided to live for ourselves. We won't be ordered around anymore. This is our war, and we're fighting it our way.
That's good. More importantly, it's time to finish this. Who will survive? You
Me.
or I?
What do you mean?
Let us see what the answer is.
Me. So I've lost. The time of my destruction is upon me at last. I gave this battle everything I had. I have no regrets. Kind of death you were hoping for? It is a warrior's death. I was locked away after my defeat by Veshnos. Nope. Good luck.
Are you sure I can have this? Hell, you just turned me into mush!
I gotta hand it to you, Takumi. You've got good taste. Hey, when this war is over, let's rip through town on motorcycles together. No license? Just hop on the back of mine. My seats even come with fancy leopard print. It's a deal, yeah? We'll go faster and fast and see what happens. Ah. 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 Huh?
Huh?
Seems like something I could sell for a little dough. I'll take it. When are we gonna get to leave this place? It's messing up my part-time job schedule. My schedule's filled to the brim with work every day. I like working though, so it's fine. It's super tiring, but I'd rather be at work than back home in my cramped, noisy house. All that work's how I learned to cook, too. And I learned how to DJ on the job. Manual labor pays the most, but I'm not good at that kind of stuff. I have a feeling I'll be running my own store sometime in the future, sooner or later. I'm counting on you to be a regular when I do. Buy lots of stuff from me, okay?
Ah.
A quick stitch here, and another here, and done! Here you go, Commune. Good as new.
You're so skilled, Nozomi. I am no good at dexterous tasks like these.
I just fixed a frayed sleeve. It's nothing too special.
Whoa! If you're sure I can have it, I'll take it! This is awesome! Whoa! If you're sure I can have it, I'll take it! This is awesome!
Ah. Hmm.
Ah.
Don't be so modest. You can do it if you try, Tacky. I guarantee it.
Ah. Um. Oh. Huh.
Huh.
Huh. Ah. Huh? Oh. Huh. Um. Huh? Haha. Oh. Huh.
Oh.
Ugh.
Yeah. Huh?
Oh. Hey, that's not half bad.
I'm overthinking. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm like, how did whatever? Because he pictured this photo. Ato pictured this photo in his mind, but it didn't even exist until this point. I'm confused on how. It's not a big.
Ah, it looks good. It'd probably look better without me in it, though.
I like it just the way it is. I'm going to treasure this.
I like it too. Live or die, we'll still be friends forever.
Hell yeah! Best buds till our dying breath.
I don't understand. Somehow you all look quite beautiful in this picture.
Perhaps because we know we're doing the right thing. For once, we're fighting on the side of justice. Even if we die tomorrow, we'll still be able to take pride in the choice we made.
After reading Hiroko's story thing, I'm surprised she's even like agreeing with us. Because the kind of world we want to make is going to be one where she won't live a life of excitement, right? That's like the last thing she wants. Have a very boring, peaceful, never conflict having world. Unless I'm misunderstanding what that was trying to say. I'm not saying much because I'm trying to like take this in. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I just it's going so smoothly, like so perfectly. I really expected there to be more resistance trying to join up with a rebellion army, you know, but they just kind of like, oh, we'll fight with you. I'm just gonna hang out here now. Like I'm just part of the family. It's just surprising to me. I guess that's just who Commune is. She's a very trusting person. Like it, I know we said we split off from humanity, but did they really just trust us that quickly? Surprised.
That's right. We'll all.
Nozomi? What's wrong?
Huh?
He's gonna regret. I hope me not doing anything won't be anything I'll regret later. It will be. It always is, dude. It always is. Gonna die. Oh, might be a way to cure her. Willing host. You?
Even if I am gone, I believe she will be able to guide this planet down the right path.
Why? Has she fixed your sleeve? I'm so confused. It's nice and all, but I don't know. Maybe Communion's just like way too trusting of a person. Don't tell me I get a choice here. Well, it's more so her choice, not mine. I thought the power was gonna leave her at the end of this anyway, right? Full war is over.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
And remember, I'll live on within you. Wherever you go, whatever happens, I'll always be with you. We'll be together until the day our souls finally flicker out and disappear. There. Finally, I can rest.
Okay. Let me go kill Shion really quick, guys. Hold on 1 second. Alright, I'm back. gonna beat Vexus in one turn. Watch. One simple trick. I'll show you. I'll teach you. Very easy way to defeat any enemy in this game. Very little known trick. It requires a lot of skill, a lot of forethought, and honestly a little bit of luck, if I'm being honest.
That's a lot of invaders.
It's way too many for us to deal with. What are those rebels even doing?
I'd say this is perfect for emissaries of hell like us. I'll slice them up and fry them with some yakisoba.
Never mind, I lied to you. It's different. Okay. So disregard everything I just said.
Prepped and ready.
Quite literally. Start over here.
My turn.
Or actually, these guys are too far away. Let them walk up.
Time for battle. I'll chop you to pieces. All right, let's get started. How's this? Oh, I'm satisfied. Ready whenever.
Leave it to me. Are you okay?
I owe you one. Time to move. Die! Broken so soon. All right, let's get started. I'll chop you to pieces. Oh, I'm satisfied. Ready whenever. All right, let's get started. Right here. Time for battle. Die! My turn. Out of my way. Broken so soon.
Bring it on! Ha! My muscles are singing!
I'm ready.
Time for me to move. How about this?
I'm all set. I'll set it up.
Okay, okay. Out of the way, pest! I guess I'm up. I'll leave them a little something. All good. Ha! All too easy.
I'm all right. Taking the shot. I'm feeling weaker.
I'll show you what's up. That's what I'm talking about!
Let's freaking go! Knocked it out of the park! Let's give it to him! Eat this! Oh yeah!
Just watch me. I got a good feeling about this.
We better get moving.
I hope no one minds.
My turn.
This should do it.
My best won't be much, but still, maybe this will be something.
I'm taking the wheel. Leave it to me. Take this! I can't quit now!
Here goes.
I won't give up!
Okay, okay. Try this on your size.
I'm all right. I can still fight. I'm all right.
Let's go. That's it. Got it. Let's do this. Yeah!
All right. I guess it's my turn. Here we go. All well and good. Yes, leave it to me. You're in the way! I'm ready whenever. Here we go. Got it. Nice. Yes, leave it to me. Ha! I guess it's my turn. You're in the way! All well and good.
I can do this much. I'll do what little I can. I hope I'm...
Let's do this! Here we freaking go!
I'm not completely useless yet. I have to do this! I wonder if I was any help. Let me handle it.
Let's freaking go! Full throttle! Setting it up! Rev it up! Knocked it out of the park! Let's give it to him! Eat this! Oh yeah!
I can't wait. Quite the feeling. Here goes. I've got this.
All right, let's get started. Now then, to business. Ready whenever.
I'm good whenever. Shifting gears.
Now then, to business. How's this? How unsatisfying.
Tag me in! Hoo-yah!
I can't quit now.
Okay, okay. All good. Yep. Here goes.
Put your heart into it!
I can do this! I'll blow you away!
I'm all right. I can handle this myself. I tried my best.
Time for me to move. Let's get to the killing.
Ready when you are.
I'm prepped and ready. I'll do my part too.
Here we go. Time to use it. Let's go.
Get in the game!
Champ.
I'm on it!
Take that!
Got it! Yes, leave it to me.
I can't wait.
Put your heart into it!
I'd hate to disappoint. How about this?
Okay, okay. What a nuisance!
Let's get to the killing. Does this do it for you? I'm good to go. Stings, doesn't it?
Ready when you are. Keep it coming. Locked and loaded. Don't try to stop me. I'm taking the wheel. Hi-ya! Leave it to me. How's this?
I guess it's my turn. Here we go! I'm ready whenever. Allow me to trim down their numbers. Yes, leave it to me.
Say when. My turn. Gotta push it.
Let me at him!
Let's do this!
Prepped and ready! Too freaking good! Let me handle it! Bang, bang, bang!
Let's get to the killing. How about this? Time for me to move.
Get in the game!
Champ.
I'd hate to disappoint. Experiment time.
I've got this. Harder.
Hey, this!
Let's go.
Take this!
All good.
I'm good whenever. Engines at full throttle. Locked and loaded. Out of the way. Leave it to me. Ah! I'm good whenever. Out of the way.
I'm in the fight again!
That's all the small fry taken care of. That only leaves...
Here she comes, everyone. It's Veshness.
You poor fools. You've turned your backs on your homeworld, and still you insist on fighting me? You really are nothing but living weapons. Killing is all you're good for. It's all that you are.
Stay your tongue. I will not allow you to belittle my friends.
Commune. You foolish child. If you had remained my slave, even your unremarkable cryptoglobin could have served a greater purpose. Why do you defy me? I am God's will made manifest. I am Futurum's guiding light. Why can't you see that?
Veshness! You are unworthy to be Supreme Commander. You are just a crazed despot every bit as bad as the Earthlings.
Fools. I'm surrounded by fools. You leave me no choice. It will take a little more effort. But once I claim your cryptoglobin, the road to godhood will open up to me and me alone. Wicked invaders! Revenge showing the ways before your new god! Bow down! Watch and tremble at the advent of a new god!
Let's do this! Ready when you are.
How about this?
My turn! Say when. I've got this. Got it!
I'm ready whenever. Allow me to trim down their numbers. I guess it's my turn. Got it! Nice!
Let's freaking go! Letting loose! Just watch me! Bang, bang, bang! You saw that, right?
Yes, leave it to me. This feels incredible. I'm ready whenever. Not bad!
All right, let's get started.
I'll do my best.
I can't wait.
Time for me to move. I'll just put this here. Let's get to the killing. Stinks, doesn't it? Time for me to move.
I guess I'm up. What a nuisance! Here goes. Out of the way, pest!
I can do this much. I'm ready as I'll ever be. Yeah! I'll try not to run away!
Oh! Sorry! Leave it to me. I'm on it! Watch out! Let's keep it up! I'm taking the wheel! Keep it coming! I'm good whenever! Don't try to stop me! I'm taking the wheel! Keep it up!
Keep at it, champ.
I'm on it! Hi-ya! We did it! Leave it to me!
Time to move. All right, let's get started. Out of my way. Time to move.
Give it to him!
Stand back and watch. Take this. Broken so soon.
Ready when you are!
Keep that to me, champ.
I'm on it! Out of the way! Let's keep it up!
Let's do this. Gotta push it.
Locked and loaded! I'm taking the wheel! Leave it to me!
Get in the game!
I'm on it! Ah! We did it! Ready when you are! How's this? I'm taking the wheel!
I guess it's my turn.
Ready as I'll ever be. This is for all of you.
Locked and loaded! Let's roll! Let's keep it up! Leave it to me!
Keep that to me, champ.
I'm on it! How's this? We did it! I'm taking the wheel! Take this!
We better get moving.
Leave it to me.
Keep that to me, champ.
I'll hang in there. All good.
You have my gratitude. I'm ready whenever.
This feels incredible.
We better get moving.
Get in the game, champ.
Leave this to me. You're in the way! I'm ready whenever. Not bad.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Keep that to me, champ.
I'll hang in there. I've got you.
Thanks.
Leave it to me! Engines at full throttle! Ready when you are!
Get in the game!
I'm on it! Don't try to stop me! Let's keep it up! I'm
champ.
I'm on it! Watch out! We did it! I'm good whenever!
Champ.
I'm on it! Ugh! Let's keep it up!
I've got this.
Champ.
I'm on it. That's it.
I'm taking the wheel! Keep it coming! Leave it to me!
Champ.
I'm on it! Out of the way! We did it!
Yes, leave it to me. Good to go. Say when.
Ready when you are!
We can do this!
I'm on it! Don't try to stop me! Let's keep it up!
We better get moving. Yes, leave it to me. This feels incredible. I'm ready whenever. We better get moving.
We can do this!
Leave this to me. Here we go!
I'm impressed you've lasted this long. You've exceeded my expectations. Just a little.
I hate to break it to you, but your compliments don't mean shit to us.
Well then, I suppose we should finish this.
Are you still hiding some trick up your sleeve, Veshness?
Not on my sleeve. Just take a look.
Is that
Alright.
the satellite?
Looks like the humans finally got tired of waiting.
That, or they saw us and Veshness fighting, and decided this was their best chance to strike.
They're even greater fools than you if they think they can fight us without cryptoglobin. I suppose it's the nature of all living things to struggle against death, no matter how futile it is. From here on, this will be a war of annihilation. Brutal massacres, endless slaughter. But I wouldn't have it any other way. When I exterminate the invaders once and for all, I'll be a greater hero than ever. I will need your power. The cryptoglobin you've cultivated so splendidly. To achieve that, give it to me. You were only ever stepping stones anyway.
No.
That's not going to happen. We're going to keep fighting. We'll defeat you, and humanity as well. We're putting an end to this pointless war. That's what our power is meant to be used for. We won't let tyrants like you rule over our lives anymore!
I did all that for what? Goddamn it.
Behold the power of hope! The power of God's immutable will! No one can stop me now! I am the only leader this planet needs.
So true.
My rule is absolute.
Don't be afraid, everyone. We still have Shion's power. All the friends we've lost live on inside of us. This is our chance to finally do what's right. To make our lives mean something.
This is really it! I feel more motivated than I've ever been!
Yeah, because now we're the ones deciding how we live our lives.
We're not like we were before, Veshness. All that awaits you is misery and defeat.
We will handle the rear guard. Take her down.
Right. Let's do this, everyone!
My voltage, baby. I already got it. Over for you. Over for you, pal. for Tsubasa to go through.
Just ring that bell!
My turn. I can hardly contain myself.
I'm good to go.
Okay, okay.
I'm all set. I'm much stronger now.
Got 5 shields. I don't give a clue.
Locked and loaded! How's this? I'm good whenever. Ah! Ready when you are. How's this? Locked and loaded. Don't try to stop me. Leave it to me. Ah! We do! Ready when you are. Locked and loaded. Take this. I'm taking the wheel.
We can do this.
I'm on it. Let's roll. Let's keep it up. Locked and loaded.
Is that all you got?
I'm on it. How's this? We did.
Yes, leave it to me.
Is that all you got?
Leave this to me. I'm ready whenever.
Those back.
We better get moving.
We can do this.
Leave this to me.
Leave this to me.
You're in the way.
Always leave it.
I'm ready whenever.
This feels incredible.
We better get moving.
Is that all you got, champ?
Leave this to me.
This is me in trouble.
My body.
Those back.
Gotcha, no way.
It's not over yet.
Is that all you
Go
got?
gaming.
Leave this to me.
This works, man.
How are you so strong? I am on the verge of godhood. No one should have power on par with mine.
That pride will be your downfall, Veshness.
We told you we weren't the same as before. We have Shion's power. You're fighting him too.
We have Ato.
You think you've won. Even if you defeat me, those Earthlings will hunt you down to the end of your days. No matter what you do, you have no future.
Of course not. The future isn't something we have. It's something we'll make. Together.
Spare me your drivel. Just look above you. Look at that symbol of destruction falling toward us. You will all die, vile invaders. Torn apart by your own people until not a single one remains. I may be departing this world a little sooner than the rest of you, but I will revel in your suffering until the very end.
Leave this to me. What? Oh. Oh, she said. I thought the satellite crashed into the Earth, or not the Earth, into Futurum. And they're like, "Oh, you guys okay?" Yeah, just a scratch. She's self-destructed. When could she do that? Oh no. You gotta pick one to save. How convenient, it was only them that got hurt.
How could I have been so careless? Takumi,
I guess there is only one option.
you know what to do. Give my Cryptoglobin to Nozomi. At least then, one of us can survive.
Huh? What are you talking about, Commune?
If you take my power, it will stabilize your Cryptoglobin. Please, this is the only way.
No, I won't accept that. Takumi, use my Cryptoglobin to save Commune.
Oh, we do get a choice.
This planet needs her a lot more than it needs me. She's the one who will pull Futurum out of this war. Besides, she's my friend. I want her to live.
Do not be a fool! You are my friend too! I can never let you die!
I wonder. I wonder.
Yes! Good. Now I can rest easy.
Takumi, why? Why did you choose me?
Girl, you know why. Know why. Come on now. I love you. Or Futurans. I never remember how to fucking pronounce it. Fought over who would be in charge next. Earth forces arrived in all-out messy war. Each faction was justified, even each faction had a score to settle. The planet was filled with negative energy. There were no signs of this war ever, and because there wasn't a leader who could bring everyone together. Because the maiden sage commune was gone. It's all your fault. Oh. Yeah, I won't give up. Commune had given her life so I could live. Oh, she's saying this. I'm obligated to find a way we can all live in peace. I have to convey to the people of this planet that we can overcome the barriers of species and planets to work together. I will continue to preach peace from this little school I built with Takumi. I'm not giving up. I refuse to give up. Continuing down this path for peace without ever giving up, that is my fight now. Bruh. Who wrote that one? Let's see. Well, I don't know if this one's gonna be called. That's the problem. I wish it told you before the credits play if they're gonna show the writers with the ending names. But I don't know what the ending's called, so. The song is good. You can probably make a guess. What do we think it's called? Probably Rebellion, right? That's gotta be the Rebellion route. Odachi no Yama. Nakadaka na Ichikoshi. It's gotta be Rebellion. I don't know if I like that one. It felt like everything went way too smoothly. Like we just happened upon these rebels, and then like 3 days later, they're like, okay, let's work together, and all of a sudden we're like best friends. We're like, huh? I don't know. I think they could have built it up a little bit more. Were they just trying to showcase that not all Futurans are like, you know, warmongers that want to fight all the time? Granted, we're the ones invading, so. And then the ending was like, and then we fought and war continued, and then I built a school. I don't think all endings are created equal, unfortunately. But it is nice to have like different glimpses into what could have happened, you know? Or I guess the point is this could be someone's ending. I don't think that one's that satisfying though. I don't want to skip it because I love this. I have to. Wait. Best part. Wait, hold on. He's spinning. Rebellion route. Number 5. 4. 5. Clearly we're gonna have to choose not Ava. Commune. Now I want to get to know Ava. I didn't know that she had a niece. I'm wondering if there was any hint in that and had her brainwashed. I think of the 4 endings we've seen tonight, or I guess the 3. Honestly, looking back or thinking back on it, Reset I guess it wasn't that bad. I mean, you'll end up winning with this route, like not everyone survived, but we accomplished our mission. We wiped out an entire planet. And we have to restart humanity from scratch with just the 12 of us. Oh. I could actually see that being some people. I don't think I would like that as my ending. I like this. I still like this one the most. 8 Toes is really good too, but definitely not satisfying for wrapping up all the character arcs and lingering questions. This is for the 8 Toe lovers like me. It's nice to see it from his perspective. And I guess we kind of learned about how some of the other Futurans live. Possibly. Alright, I guess we'll get this one. They don't all go to 100. That's good to know. Not every ending ends at day 100. This one ended at day 88. The earliest one we have. Ends at day 99. It might as well be 100. Okay. It feels wrong to me because I'm not playing it from the beginning. I'm just kind of peeking in and being like, oh, this ending. All right, I'll go back here. Oh, that's this ending. Alright, so if we abandon If we were. It's gonna be so fascinating looking at this flowchart when I'm done with all. It seems like to me like the real endings are gonna be the ones that make it to day 100, and everything else is just kind of like a what if. That's how it feels to me. Gotta be a day 100 ending on the kill route too, right? Kill side. All right, let's save commune, and then Takumi's gonna be like, "Oh, why did I even come back? Oh, you're supposed to know me. Why even here, man? What the fuck? Oh my god! From here? I know we love this cutscene, but I can't. I thought I picked before the decision. Why is it doing it from the beginning of the day? I'm fighting, but I don't want to do it again right now.
Damn, that's a lot of invaders.
Did I not pick before the decision by accident? Oh, I did. Don't care. I do want to actually do the Vestus route. I want to learn more about her, even though I hate her ass.
Wash and
God, I feel like I should learn more about her character. Do we like join her, or how does like? Is it gonna be from her perspective? We did an Ato.
I'm impressed.
Oh my god, what are they doing?
Behold!
I don't care. How are you so strong? I'm gonna blow up. You blew up. Only Nozomi were hurt. And we still get the BP for this. That's so. Back with BP. For a few, I could just grind that out, right, and just get free BP. If I really wanted to. Of course, I won't do that. No. Like, in Takumi's mind, why the hell would he ever not choose Nozomi, you know? He literally went back in time for this girl. That's the only reason he went back. I guess I'm gonna save commune. So she told me not to do that. I chose to do what was right. I chose the path that was right for this planet, a path to peace. I did what Nozomi Kirifuji wanted and granted her last request.
Thank you, Takumi. I'm so glad to have met you.
I'd saved commune and ensured Futurum would follow the path of justice. At the same time, I'd kill the person I care about the most.
What is wrong,
Whoa.
Takumi? Don't you realize what a special day this is?
What are they wearing?
Sorry, commune.
You're right. I should try to be happy today. After 15 long years.
15?
Today is the day we'll end the war.
How? Despite defeating the dictator Veshnes. 15 and you look the same, bro? What? This planet didn't find peace. The Futurans were fighting each other for power when the Earth forces came down and joined in on the chaos. It was the start of an all-out and messy war. We went around to each faction to stop the fighting and were persistent in our negotiations. Those negotiations entailed balancing the interest of the various factions, convincing those in power, and at times resorting to threats and violence. After 15 years of negotiations, we finally managed to unify they're together. And now, facing the prospect of a unified enemy, the Earth forces had agreed to a ceasefire. The signing ceremony today, the war was officially over. Many people waved their hands at us from below, children and adults, all smiling. They were overjoyed that peace finally here. On the other hand, though, Nozomi was dead. She wasn't among them. She was nowhere to be found. She sacrificed herself so the world could have its happy ending.
Futurans and humans alike have suffered bitter losses. I doubt the animosity between our people will simply go away, but still, I think Nozomi would be happy with the result, don't you?
Would she? I hope so. I hope that she was looking down on us with a smile from heaven. I fervently wish for that as I wave back at the people down in the plaza. I like the white bits. Yes. Is that? I guess that's more than the other one, at least. You got to see a glimpse into the future. 15 years. Feels wrong to me. Because 6 Rebellion Route Seeds of Hope. Can I see the numbers? Oh, no, never mind. It's right here. Where's 4? Got 1, 2. Ato was 3. I'm wondering if this is the order they wrote these endings in. Nah, I mean everyone worked on it like independently, right? And then they came together and shared it or something. I don't know. How many more do I want to do? I think this was the best way to go about this, by the way. Because if I went all the way back, we would be here for a bit longer, for sure. We're getting some sneak peeks at these endings. Like I said before, how I might go forward is just kind of check in with the stream, I guess. Play this on my own. Take notes on the endings I get and then come back and talk about it. Don't show any like CGs or anything I unlocked. Play it on my own. I don't know how interesting this is going to be to even just watch me kind of just skip through text. Alright, so we're going to decline the rebellion. It might be a longer ending. There's not too many days. This is going to be the last one for tonight. No. He's like, no, why did you even message us? Like, why would you say no to this? What was even the point of reaching out to them if you weren't going to join them? The fuck? No. I say no. He's right. This deal sounds way too good to be true. Could be a trap. Yeah, things are happening way too fast. That's what I'm saying. Okay, maybe this was a more natural response. It would be natural to think she's a spy sent here by Veshnes. You misunderstand. We've been observing you and your actions. That's how we knew this was the right time to reach out. More reason for us to not to trust you. I think we should take her in for inter. Oh no! No, stay away from me. Hey guys, calm down. We all began closing in on Commune. Then, Elsa. Mina started swinging some kind of weapon around wildly and stabbed Nozomi with it. Blood spurted out of Nozomi's mouth and she fell to the ground. Can't be happening. Why did it have to be Nozomi? Nozomi wasn't like the rest of us. She couldn't be brought back. Rage coursed through my body. It all came out. I screamed. I slashed Commune with an infuser in a fit of rage?
Is this how you killed my mother, too?
Oh my god.
Oh, you monsters!
You are monsters.
Curse you, vile, wicked invaders!
Stared down at the two dead bodies lying on my feet. What had I done? Time passed. What? Widespread radiation, invaders attacking day and night. What is Planet Futurum? I quickly became a hellscape. The Futurans sent out countless invaders to kill the Earthlings. And when they arrived from the artificial satellite, the Earthlings fought them off with brutal chemical warfare. It was hellish. No, it was hell itself. Caught between the Futurans and humanity, we had nowhere to go. I hadn't seen any of my friends in years. I didn't even know if they were still alive. I was the one who had brought on this hell. If only I had made a different choice then. But I had no time for useless regrets. I stood up with my infuser in hand, running from invaders in the radiation, to live, to survive. Just surviving this hell was now my life's purpose, even though I honestly didn't even remember what else there was to live for.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I mean, if you make that choice, I think you kind of deserve that. What the? Okay, maybe we'll do one more after that. I didn't think it'd be just one thing. Okay, that's number 4. Failed alliance. Complete all rebellion. Okay, I see. I don't know if I said this before. I probably did. I love to repeat myself, as you can tell. So these are different endings, yes, but it's part of the same ending, if you will. Or not this one. Rebellion. So there's 2 outcomes for... No, there's 3 outcomes for the rebellion route. But they're all considered rebellion route. Yeah, okay. This one's different, though. This one's called Reset. But this entire line here is called Last Defense Academy Second Scenario. Where else did it branch? This is when it branches into the rebellion route. Then you have essentially 3 different endings. That one. But yeah, the entire thing here is called Last Defense Academy Second Scenario. And then all the endings branching off from that second scenario become different routes. I feel like I just stated the obvious, but you know what? Sometimes it's necessary, okay? Fun of me. I'm gonna go all the way back because these were some of the harder decisions. But we'd be here a lot longer. That's why I decided to start from the end of the timeline going forward. Also, why isn't he just going back in time in these endings? Like every ending, like the failed alliance ending. Why would he not just go back in time? Can he not do that again? I've noticed he hasn't really brought it up. Like he says he's from the future in this route, but not going back in time when he has an unfavorable outcome. Maybe he can't do it again. Maybe he can only do it once. Like what's the logistics of that? Like, what is honestly stopping him from just going back again if the outcome's not what he wants? Which I don't think he would want this one. This is a terrible ending. He's not even here for the Ato one. Ato just... When he builds a school with Nozomi, I think. No, this one's a school. Then he becomes like a political leader. If we go back any further, it might take a bit longer. What's the last branching point? Did I see them all? God, this flowchart sucks. I wish it was... I could zoom out more. Having to scroll like this is kind of annoying. That might be the last one I can do tonight. Other one, this one. Oh. Back to Ava. I'll start this, but I'm not going to finish it. Well, that's kind of mean, isn't it? Should I even do that? Should I even tempt you with a good time? God, killing you. Such a thing, you monster, heartless. Do want to see what happens here, but this is day 63. That's the whole, that's a 30, potentially 30-ish more days. Or 40-ish. 5 hours, huh? Still want to keep playing this game, realistically. I don't want to start something I can't finish, so I guess we'll leave it at that for now. God, this game is so tough. The stream. I still want to keep playing, but I don't want to start it on stream and then end it halfway if I feel tired or something. So I'll be back again tomorrow, playing this again. And I guess we'll do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then Thursday, do the rest of the week. I can't really do anything. Well, I guess I can do it Thursday. Probably shouldn't though, because I have to pack. And I am always a late packer. I don't know if I brought that up. I feel like I have. I don't know. I always pack at the last second. That's the kind of person I am. I'm not proud of that, okay? That's who I am. Pretty strong one. I still want to keep playing, so I'm gonna play some more of my own. And I guess I'll come back tomorrow with more to do. Yeah, to rank these endings, most of them were not great compared to what I saw. The Ato one was good. The reset one I can see people liking. It's not what I would want personally, but it's not terrible. The Rebellion one, no, not a fan of Rebellion. For the first time in my life, I'm not a fan of Rebellion. The fact that they have these all as separate things is so hilarious. I don't think we really had any other lingering questions answered this time. Unless I'm already forgetting something. Really possible. I guess we got to see some Futurans that weren't just commanders. That was cool. Well, we learned about Ava's family a little bit. She has a niece. We got to see some other sides of Ato. We saw what happened when we turned our back on humanity. don't know if it ended in the way I'd want it to end. We tried. Also, what was up with this? This was like so random to me. Just a random cut to them killing Shion, and then they just walk back as if nothing happened. It's a teacher. This one's cool. Oh, I want to zoom in. This is 15 years later, by the way. Does he look that different? Not really. He looks the same. It's hard to tell which is going on. Oh. This. I'm just fucking wasting time with this. I'll be back again tomorrow, play some more. Honestly, until Raito comes out, this is the game I'm gonna be streaming. It's not gonna be as long, these sessions, I don't think. When I get to the kill Ato side, I think I'll definitely be streaming for a longer period of time, because that's an entirely new thing, right? But with the spare Ato side, I'm just gonna go at my own pace. Play some off stream, play some on stream, do whatever. But yeah, thank you, Meat Miner, for being here for like 2 seconds. He peaced out. And anybody else who might have stopped by, anybody who might see this in the future, back again tomorrow with more 100 Line. Until then, peace.